Ah, thank you. It was on before, so all my comments were heard. Good morning, everybody. A warm welcome today, less than yesterday, because yesterday we really made it to the top. I was told by the CESI team that it was almost 35 degrees up here. So just to let you know, the speakers really did a great job by still, actively and engagingly discussing. Big thanks to you for being here. A warm welcome on behalf of the hosts and organizing organizations to these CESI Summer Days, CESI jointly with Reshaping Work and the Seismic project. Yesterday, we have been discussing a lot women's needs at work. And we were looking at how far have we come with gender equality in the past years. And the topic is new technologies, AI and gender equality. We heard a lot yesterday on the different things like the legislation that has been created. We had Commissioner Schmidt, who provided an overview. We heard about implementation and gaps. Remember, the subtitle of this conference is Bridging Gaps, now and tomorrow. We heard about the challenges of the new technologies, and we will deep dive into that today. Biases, STEM, education, but also confidence of women to wanting to tackling it. Before we move into today's discussion, and today we really put women at the spotlight of AI, we want to do a brief recap of what was done yesterday and who could do that better than Joyce, who has drawn it. So, Joyce, your summary of yesterday.
You already added some things to what was being said. So we had a first session where the panelists talked about from inclusion to equality, because there's both the part of equality and gender equality, which is already playing for a long time, and now you have these new technologies coming up where you see that there might be even more of a gap. We have the adoption of the directive gender-based violence in Europe, which will help us tremendously, but in the end, it's about tackling our own mindset, handle with care, not with fear, and also remember that when women are included, communities flourish, which also counts for new technologies. And it's about participation and empowerment. And so also about feeding AI, which was also a topic that came back over and over again. It's about these biases that are fed by us, by humans. And so we also need to make sure that if humans feed them, that this community is inclusive and that there's equality over there. That was for the first session. Then we had 3 breakout sessions. So you can see a little bit of the feedback over here. And after that, we had the CESI's Women panel about workplace realities. We had some learnings from how it is to be a woman in the police environment. We talked about the paper around future of work, and also there about the manipulation of AI, the tool where there's a human behind it, and then about all the role models that we have as women, that we're still missing this role model of a female leader, that we still tend to downplay ourselves, but also lacking some confidence from time to time. And then at the end, we had Romain giving some closing remarks, that we need to make sure that new technologies are human-centered, that we need to continue to fight for equality as we're doing now, and that trade unions can take an active role in that. That's really in a nutshell of what was being said. I will be doing the same today, so for this panel, but also for the other ones, I will sitting in the back and listen very carefully of what you're saying and try to grasp the essence out of it so that you also have a nice summary afterwards of what has been said. I wish you a nice second day.
Thank you very much, Joyce. And interesting to see when you visualize what we say, what comes out of it. I hear that it was said we're still missing female leaders. Well, I can tell you today we'll have many female leaders, many women who deal with AI. And believe it or not, we only have one man. So I already said to Jakob, a very special welcome to him, as he will be the only male speaker for the whole day. We moved to, I'm looking for Telemachus. Did we still want to put the slide on with the hashtag, QR codes, etc.? There it is. Okay, so if you want to communicate on social media, here are the QR codes on Twitter, on X, sorry. It's CESI Unions, and on LinkedIn, it's CESI Independent Trade Unions you can follow, and Summer Days 24. Feel free to actively communicate about it. I've already met someone who checked the online on YouTube what we discussed yesterday. Telemachos, do we have numbers or don't we have numbers on how many? Okay, so we haven't yet checked how many followed us also on YouTube. Today, women in the AI spotlight. Are you ready? Everybody's ready, that's good. So we will have workshops later, and they deal very much with what we touched on only yesterday. So the policy responses to potential biases on AI. They will deal with data, and they will deal with skills, digital skills necessary for women. I say women, I know the focus there will be on young women, but I'd say for women in general, to taking the lead, and we'll come to that later. Now, we will discuss AI at work, risks and opportunities, and we have 3 speakers. A very warm welcome to all of you, and although you're not dancing and singing on stage, I'm very confident that what you'll do will also raise the attention of our audience. We'll start today with Nathalie Farnistad. Nathalie works at the European Commission, of course, DG Connect, and as far as I know, since 10 days. But she has said to me that she's been dealing with AI a lot before. She has been the coordinator for interinstitutional relations, and she started working as a policy officer for communications, and has a background in communications and digital policy, focusing on fostering institutional collaboration and promoting digital transformation within the EU. I would say that is a task. So, Nathalie, we are looking forward to the ethical AI, so a European perspective of ethics in AI. Thank you very much. Yeah, you want to go to the, or you want to sit? It's both for the, yeah? Fine for me.
Thanks a lot. Many thanks for the introduction, and also many thanks for this invitation, because the venue is obviously very, very nice, and thanks for this invitation. Yes, indeed, I changed my job. Actually, I've been working in DG Connect for now almost 5 years, but I changed my job 10 days ago to join the new AI office. You all know about the AI office, maybe because also you heard about the AI Act yesterday. This is our main regulation on artificial intelligence, and we are working hard to really start the implementation. But before diving a bit more into the maybe legal parts of our discussions, I mean, the topic today, ethic, women, AI is really at the center of our daily task in the AI office. I just want to bring a bit of personal views because I just joined this AI office 10 days ago. I'm myself a woman. I'm not an AI expert, but I've been coordinating all the negotiations of the AI Act for the last 3 years and a half. And I have seen an increasing number of women joining us, and young women, I have to say, lawyers, economists, policymakers. And this will be the same in the AI office. You see different generations, that's the thing. And you see upcoming generation really exciting about the artificial intelligence and how they will be working on Gen AI and the access to supercomputer power, how they will be drafting the code of practice that we are working on to make sure that Gen AI is also human-centric as the rest of the AI Act demands. This is really at the center of our work. And why is because we have decided with the AI Act many years ago already. I mean, we put a lot of effort to negotiate it for 3 years. It was a long journey, but we have really put at the center social and environment impact of AI technologies. And we have encouraged and achieved to put human-centric way in the development of using AI in Europe. So this is really the core of our work. Protection of EU values, obviously non-discrimination, non-bias between women and men, for instance, but between different categories of the populations. This is really our mission, our task, and we are working on it. What does it mean in practice is drafting a lot of guidance, drafting a lot of code of practice that will apply to Gen AI, which are the new developments of artificial intelligence, and making sure that the AI Act is really targeting its objectives, meaning that we're mitigating the risk. We're mitigating the risk, for instance, of in recruitment, having too many data that shows that women were not really at the center of the recruitment in the past, and that artificial intelligence basically reproduce this bias. So we have to be careful with this kind of risk, and this is exactly what we are doing with the implementation of the AI Act. So yeah, to be really introducing this this panel, I think this is important to keep this balance between regulation, I mean one way, and we are really working on this, but at the same time innovation and research excellence. And this is also the task of the AI office. The AI office is now made of 4 units, and soon, very soon, 5 units, and the 5th unit will be working on safety. Safety is really at the center, mainly on the generative purpose AI. It's at the center of our concerns, I mean, not concerns, but work. And we will have plenty of new colleagues, really AI-centered and skilled. So we are looking and recruiting these new people. I can make sure, I mean, I can tell you that we will make sure that we have a gender balance between the new colleagues, and they will be working on the safety. So to be really the counterpart of the other safety institutes in the world, in the US, in Japan, in the UK, for instance. So that's also a big task. And this involves, obviously, gender balance, because we also want to make sure that we have women on board. And what does it mean in practice? It means also increasing our digital skills. And here, I was looking for figures, I mean, for data, recent data that Vice President Jourova used in a speech. Unfortunately, we're still not there, because only 22% of AI professionals are women in most of EU member states. So that was 2021 data. I don't think it has changed a lot. I mean, maybe my colleagues around could confirm, but we have a lot of work to do on this. Not only lawyers, but also data scientists, AI experts, and that's what we are looking for. So just to conclude, maybe this is, AI Office is a bit the reflection, I mean, a mirror of how we will be working on AI in Europe. And we want to find this balance between regulation that we will be applying, innovation, excellence, research. And I can tell you that there is a real women power there with men power, because that's how things can work. Many thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nathalie. Perhaps one question. The AI Act was delayed and delayed and delayed. It's something that, and it's no criticism, because I also heard that it's the first really comprehensive and a very complex legislation where Europe tries to govern AI. At the same time, it's really a development that is so quick and has such a speed. Is it possible? It's a very easy question. Is it possible for policymakers to govern AI?
It's a very good question, and it's basically summarizing my last 3 years and a half at DigiConnect. Yes, indeed, it was a long journey. I mean, we presented the AI Act in April 2021. So it was indeed the first ever proposal, a comprehensive legal framework for artificial intelligence. It was not the first piece of let's say, reflection, or it was a first piece of legal approach, but we had been working a lot before that, under also the precedent, the Juncker Commission. And then the negotiations started, but it was a long journey, and at the time I was in the interinstitutional team. Why? Because it was somehow new to regulate such a technology in development. And when ChatGPT arrived, it changed a bit let's say the strategy, not the strategy, but the whole journey. Why? Is because we were facing a new tool that we had to take into account. The European Parliament, and at the time I was very much in contact with both the Council and the European Parliament, did a great job, because they redrafted the report, along these developments. But they also had to work with different approach. I mean, two committees were involved on basically the freedoms and legal aspects, and on internal markets. So the two aspects that we are working on, really, the making sure that we have a trust AI, and making sure that we are encouraging innovation and excellence. And yeah, a lot of discussions around the table, a lot of negotiations that brought us to almost 3 years of negotiations. And you could see that the different approach had to be really gathered. And it was a difficult negotiation, but at the same time with a lot of commitment to make sure that we are arriving to this historic piece of legislation.
Thank you very much again. We heard about negotiations, difficult negotiations around the AI Act. And that brings me to Sandrine. What's the role of difficult negotiations? What's the role of social dialogue? The role of social in the design of AI policies. And Sandrine Cazès is a senior economist at the OECD, and I hope that I've spelled that I've pronounced your surname correctly, Cazès?
It's Caz, but it doesn't matter.
Caz. Yes. Caz is a senior economist at the OECD, specializing in labor markets, social policies, and economic research. She has a wealth of experience in analyzing economic trends and their impacts on employment and social policies, providing key insights and recommendations to policymakers. So, Sandrine, we are very curious to hear what you've got to say.
Thank you. Good morning to all, and thanks for the invitation. Yes, so I'm Sandrine Caz. I work at the Directorate of Employment, Labour, Social Affairs, and I work on trying to make the case for social dialogue, workers' voice, collective bargaining, how it can contribute to a better functioning of the labor markets in general, so taking both aspects, so the economic but also the social aspects of collective bargaining and social dialogue. And so obviously, more recently, we have also looked at the extent to which collective bargaining and workers' voice could also help and facilitate the AI transition. So our flagship publication, the Employment Outlook, last year was completely devoted to AI. And there was a particular chapter on the role of social dialogue. So I just wanted to give you a flavor of our results on this. That is, to what extent, on the one hand, collective bargaining and social dialogue can facilitate the AI transition, but also to what extent AI is challenging, if you want, social dialogue and workers' voice. So if you could put the next slide, please. I have just a few slides, don't worry. I have to do it, okay. No? Okay, that's not me.
Forward. Back in Barbieland.
That way now?
Can I? Is
Okay,
it
go
forward?
ahead.
Don't worry. Now let's prove that, guys, there's something.
Next.
Okay, at least we're there.
Okay.
We made it.
Okay, maybe you do it, you're better with this.
If you tell me when, I'm happy
Okay,
to.
yes. So this is just, a slide making that case, right? It's obvious that AI will bring both benefits but also risks. So I think it's very important to reflect about the conditions of the implementation in the workplace, right? So what we will discuss also today, regulation, etc. But I want very much to argue that social dialogue and collective bargaining have a key role to play in complementing public policies. So the circles basically to say, first of all, you can see the circle saying social dialogue and collective bargaining can ease transition. That means facing the very rapid change in the world of work. Collective bargaining, so a worker's voice have the flexibility. It's quicker, right, than regulation law to adjust to the introduction of AI, what AI technologies to be adopted, so facilitate their introduction, define the associated skills and training needs for AI. Social partners can really help in this, shape, for instance, the design and definition of new rights, such as the right not to be subject to automatic decision-making, right, without a human oversight. The other circle, the purple one, is to say that social dialogue and collective bargaining can also foster fair and inclusive labor markets. So this is now not specific to AI. We have evidence showing that when it's well-designed, that is when you have large coverage, workers are covered by collective bargaining, when the collective bargaining systems function well, it delivers. There is lower inequality, labor markets are more resilient, etc. I don't want to go too much into this. And maybe to just flag the last circle. The last circle is new evidence from the OECD that we have conducting, showing that we conducted surveys of employers and workers in financial sectors across 7 OECD countries. And we found that when workers are consulted, they are more likely to report positive impacts of AI on performance, such as productivity, but also on working conditions. And we also have another survey where we looked at cross-sectional European data showing that establishment using AI and having workers' representation are less likely, significantly less likely to expose their workers to, for instance, heavy lifting, high noise, long working hours, etc. So for those interested, I can provide you the link to the study. So the next slide is just very, very quickly to illustrate what I just said about these new surveys. So you can see that when workers are consulted, that's what you have on the left. They perform better. That was an illustration, but also in terms, for instance, I took the example of mental health outcomes. This is also higher when compared to when they are not consulted. Maybe the next slide. So basically, okay, social dialogue and workers' voice can deliver, yet there are challenges ahead. So this one is a little bit just to remind everyone that unfortunately across OECD countries, while collective bargaining, industrial relation is weakening. It's weakening because collective bargaining coverage is declining quite strongly. Trade union density is also declining. So it's important to keep in mind this context. Plus, I think specific to AI, the specific characteristics of AI, such as its very rapid speed of diffusion, its ability to learn, but also the greater power imbalance it may generate, can create more asymmetries between workers and employers. You know, AI is complex. It's very difficult to already, among people in general, but among workers, between workers and employers, to have simply a common understanding of what is AI. And this is very important because this is the beginning of everything. If you don't unpack this black box of AI, well, the very first reaction will be to have no trust, challenge, it's complex, etc. So there is a little bit a reaction of, no, maybe we do not enter or we not go ahead. So I think it's very important to have a shared diagnosis of what is AI, what are the issues, etc. Plus, of course, AI may also put further pressure on labor relations with the new models, right? Like new type of workers, not exactly being employees, not exactly being independent, new type of business model, etc. So there are kind of parts of the world of work that are not covered by labor relations. And finally, just quickly, 2 slides. Okay, no, maybe the next one, because that one we said I don't have time to go into this. I just wanted to say that, to put a bit of positive picture that actually social partners, I think you need to press, yes, social partners are already responding to AI adoption. So they do a lot of things. For instance, they engage in outreach and awareness campaign, also advisory activities. They produce position papers, principle guidelines. Of course, you are very much aware of this. They also call for the introduction of new rights, particularly linked to the workplace data issue and surveillance issues. They provide guidance through framework agreements, and they negotiate as well. Now, I've been trying to take stock of collective agreements signed around AI issues. There are not many. So there is still a lot of work to do. And maybe if you could put the last slides. I think what I would like also to highlight, that I mentioned a bit already, is that social partners yet still lack capacity. By capacity, I mean they need resources to get trained to understand what is exactly AI. But they also need financial resources, obviously. So I think it's very important to keep this in mind. And I think it's also very important to avoid fragmentation. This is what I said before. That is, when you don't understand, then you just are extremely you don't have trust, etc. So then it's difficult to have a common approach. And this may ultimately, this lack of trust, etc., may harm innovation as well. We were discussing this trade-off between to what extent do we regulate or we don't regulate. I think there was a question in the lobby to decide. I think it's beyond regulation. Is not regulate or not regulate, is how you regulate, maybe, and keeping in mind this sort of issues of, indeed, you don't want to harm innovation. You want to move ahead, but you also want to protect people and have an inclusive world of work. And I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandrine. And I hope we'll go back to some of the things that you had said in the discussion. But I want to immediately move to Jakob. Jakob, again, thank you. Brave man. Jakob Denčík from the IBM Institute for Business Value. He's the economic research leader there. He leads research on economic trends and their implications for businesses and policymakers, with a focus on not only providing strategic insights, but also coming up with innovative solutions. So we're looking forward to that. And of course, he does that based on comprehensive data and economic forecasting. Interesting enough is that he'll speak about forging the future, and women can take the lead. So, Jakob,
well, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you for the invitation. I'll actually be sharing some insights from a recent piece of research we did that we published not so long ago, called indeed Forging the Future of AI. I want to do a shout out to a couple of colleagues, Carolyn Baird and Cindy Anderson, who co-led this piece as well. What we wanted to do in this piece of research, and I should say within the Institute for Business Value, we've heard the policy side and the social dialogue. We very much focus on what goes on within organizations, within enterprises, businesses, or government organizations that are using technologies and how it impacts workers in the organization, but also employees, and also the organization itself. So that's really our research focus. And the title, Forging the Future of AI, is very intentional, I would say, because I do think it's very important when we frame the discussion around the impact of AI, that we understand and appreciate that AI is a very amenable technology. And we are in many ways, there's this great labor market researcher in the US called David Orta at MIT. He says, we are in many ways the authors of our own AI future, that we can shape this, we can turn this into what we want it to be as well. And it's very important that we frame the dialogue and the discussion in terms of how we can make AI work for us, rather than seeing it as something that's happening to us. And that's really one of the key things that we want to understand in this piece of work, how you can make AI something that works for everyone, and women in particular as well. With that in mind, we conducted a lot of research, both primary research, and I'll share some of those findings with you. In research, I like data and like to show data. We have actually been tracking, and I think to start off with, we want to set the context and the scene in which AI is being introduced into organizations. And we have been tracking the progress of women within organizations for quite a few years now. So we have been looking at how career progression opportunities are within organizations for women in particular. If you look at the situation today, I would say certainly in terms of from junior professional going through the leadership ranks towards the C-suite, you see the numbers are unfortunately pretty low, much lower than they probably should be, and that we want them to be. But there's been some interesting and not necessarily encouraging shifts since the pandemic as well, and the impact of women in the labor market and in organizations. You see this, if you go at the either extreme of this chart, on the left and the right, you see amongst the highest levels, the C-suite, we see an upward trend in terms of female participation in the C-suite since the pandemic. And you also see it amongst the junior professionals. But you actually see a hollowing out in what we call the pipeline of leadership of women. Actually, there's been a decline in female participation in leadership roles within the organization. And the career progression of women seems to have been hampered as a result of that. So the context in which AI is being introduced into organization and the role of women within that organization needs to be kept in mind when we talk about how we can forge an inclusive future with AI. With that, AI is then emerging. And obviously, AI, I should also stress, is not a new technology, but it's getting a lot more attention recently because of generative AI and the impact of that, and the accessibility of that, and the widespread use of that. But we've also done a lot of research into how do organizations see the impact of AI in the workplace. And it's interesting, when you survey executives in organizations and ask them, how is AI going to be used, and what's the impact on the employees in the organization, consistently, a vast majority, in fact 87% of more than 2,500 executives we surveyed, said that the technology will augment rather than replace workers in our organization. And I think that's also important. It's a tool that can support workers and be put to use to work for employees rather than automating. And actually, the big value pools of AI lie in innovation and lie in changes that actually allow people to use the technology to create greater value and become more productive in what they do. So that's one thing. The other thing is, with the disruption of AI, we see in our research that there's, certainly in terms of expectations of skills, there's a big shift. It's very disruptive. And I should say, this picture changes rapidly, and it changes many times when we survey around this. What are the skills that will be in demand in the future as a result of AI? If you go back a few years, there was a big focus on STEM and hard digital skills and so forth. But what's very interesting is that many organizations seem to take a more nuanced view now and actually say, with AI, and generative AI in particular, and what that can do and how applicable it is, and the accessibility of it for many people to use, what will come into focus are more human-centered skills. It's about the ability to collaborate. It's about being creative. It's about being able to communicate. It's about seeing the bigger picture and work with other people in shaping what can be done within the organization, more so than the hard STEM skills. That's not to say that STEM skills are not important, and I know you've had discussions around skills yesterday as well. And I should stress, this is a relative picture that you're seeing here. It's not saying, we're not saying that the absolute demand for STEM skills is going down. But I think it's important to appreciate that with AI, there will also be a much greater focus on our really human skills and human-centric skills in the organization and how we can put that better to work within our organization. So what does this mean then for women in the workplace? Well, we also surveyed employees in the organization to understand how they are using AI and what benefits they see from it and what concerns they have about AI in the organization. And what's interesting, if you look at female respondents compared to the male counterparts, there were actually areas where we see women being taking up the use of AI in a more advanced way than men, especially when it comes to generating content or summarizing content and editing content. They're leaning into that opportunity more so than men. So there are areas of AI use where we see a greater use of the technology by women in the workplace than men already. And they actually also see benefits of it. The vast majority of the employees we surveyed, both men and women, see positive contributions in terms of their productivity and in terms of their ability to deliver in the workplace and create value in the workplace. And they actually also, many of them see advanced career, opportunities for career advancement and as a result of the use of AI. Many of them see productivity gains already of more than 10%, and some even much more so in their work as a result of this technology. So there are women that are using technology, and they are seeing benefits from it. And I think that's important to keep in mind as well. But, and this is perhaps part of the reason why we're here today and having this discussion, there are also significant concerns that we have to be mindful of. One is, if you ask employees what's holding them back in terms of their use of AI in the workplace, it was quite interesting that we saw some differences between female and male respondents. Male respondents tend to focus on issues around data, around security, and stuff like that, in terms of holding them back. Women were much more concerned about the governance of it, or the lack of governance, the lack of guidelines. So if organizations do not have sufficient guidelines in place and governance in place, that makes female employees less eager to use the technology and adopt it fully. And also, that creates concerns that men are benefiting more from the technology than women. So that talks to governance. It talks to governance not just at a policy level, but within organizations. How do you, as an organization, create the right governance, the right guidelines, and the right ways of working for people, all people in the organization, to be able to use it? And that seems to be particularly critical for enabling and empowering women to make greater use of the technology. And in that governance structure, it's important to have widespread representation. And what we also found, both amongst actually employees as well as executives in our surveying, is that the majority of people say it's very, very important to have a diverse set of perspectives involved in governing the use of AI. But many of them say there's not enough female representation. 56% said there aren't enough women leading the conversation about generative AI, and we need higher representation. Yet it's only in a minority of organizations we actually have female leadership involved in those conversations. So that's very important. And that's really important because of some of the things that were mentioned earlier around bias, around how this technology, we are shaping this technology, and the data and the perspectives that go into how we use and develop the technology will also dictate how the outcomes that it will have on the labor market. And therefore, it's very important that we have widespread perspectives and women involved in shaping that technology going forward. With that, I want to go back to what I started off with by saying that I think it's very important to reframe this discussion in terms of how we can make the technology work for us rather than something that's imposed on us. And this is a lovely quote from one of our female colleagues in IBM, Joanne Wright, who says that this is almost like a blank sheet of paper. The world doesn't know how we're going to capitalize on it yet, and I think that's important. It's something that's evolving, it's something that's being shaped, and we have an opportunity to turn it into something that works for us. But we need to create right conditions for that. With that, I'd like to
Yeah. Thank you very much, Jakob. And I promised I will challenge you on some of these aspects. But you said that executives, I don't remember the number, but I think a majority of your executives said employees will not be replaced. Their jobs will be enhanced. Of course, we here with the trade union. Of course, I would say that if I'm an executive, I wouldn't say let's use AI and it will replace employees. So have you also done some research on the other side?
On the employee side?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. It's interesting there. I think the whole automation discussion is very interesting, I think, about AI. First of all, when we talk about automation versus augmentation, the emphasis and the aspiration for many organizations is augmentation because also that's where the biggest value pools are. And I think that's important. There's actually business incentive in looking for augmentation rather than automation. Secondly, when we talk about automation, it's automation of tasks, not job. And different jobs have different task contents, and some of those tasks will be more automatable than others, and there will be a different business case, even a value case for automating certain tasks rather than others. That means that certain jobs will see their task content change. And it's about how you can then engage people and involve people in reshaping jobs for the future that provide higher value for them and is more enriching for them. But many employees actually that we survey say that they see their jobs improving as a result of the use of AI because they can use technology to augment what they can do. It becomes more enriching, and actually some of the more routine and boring tasks become automated. So I think there is a business incentive as well as an employee incentive to look for augmentation more so than automation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Sandrine, you want to respond directly to that? And please feel free to coming in if there are questions from the audience.
Of course, yes. No, I just wanted to, because that slide I skipped actually was also presenting the results of a survey we conducted to social partners, so through the TUAC, that you know as the Trade Union Advisory Committee to the OECD, and also the business side. And what was interesting to see when we asked really a number of unions and also organization, employers' organization, among the highest perceived risks, it was not like job destruction or these kind of things. It was really ethical issues, the lack of trust. There was really big concerns, ethical issues, and of course for employers the skill requirements that the AI introduction would entail. But for the benefits, it was interesting to see that they precisely said that AI may create new tasks and potentially, of course, some productivity gains, as well as higher job safety. So it's interesting to see that it's not black and white here. Okay. And well, the thing was also the survey was conducted in 2022, and that's also the problem. I mean, not the problem, but the challenge with AI. It moves so quickly that it's very difficult also to track the latest development.
Can I bring a gender perspective into that? Because we saw something in our survey data on that when you mentioned AI for job safety. It was interesting there when we asked men and women around what benefits is. So women emphasize job safety from their use of AI more. Men focus more on salary increases. Maybe that's something.
Which is an interesting thing too, because gender pay gap is something we also discussed intensely yesterday. Yeah, so it's an approach. It's also daring, looking at the other side. I think Klaus said that not deal with AI with fear, but with care. So look at it, but dare using. Natalie, I saw you nodding and looking into your papers. So
I mean, I have more commission's perspective, less of experience from the work places. But I think this is exactly the thing that the AI Act, I mean, the implementation, and the fact that we will be engaging with all the stakeholders, obviously, to develop this implementation. Look at is to make sure that we are responding to the concerns, either women or men concerns, with AI. I mean, the use of AI at work, and if it can be a good tool to accelerate the routines, task, and to make sure that we have more time to reflect on maybe more intellectual task and more executive task, and growing as well in the jobs. That's super important. I mean, that's really what the AI has to serve people. I mean, it has to have an objective. That's also why we have this unit. By the way, I'm promoting quite a lot the AI office, but we have a unit called AI for societal good, meaning that we really want to make AI useful for important topics: climate, health, obviously work, and not. And mitigating the risk, or forbidding the use of AI that we don't want to see in Europe. For instance, social scoring, that's forbidden in the AI Act. So yes, that's converged, let's say, in what we are doing. Maybe I just wanted to bring an anecdote here, just because my 10 days brought me already to organizing an event with Commissioner Breton 2 days ago, and so it was a very nice event, because we invited the winners of challenge competition between different SMEs and startups specialized on AI or developing new AI technologies, and they came to the Berlaymont to receive their prize. There were 4 of them plus 1, and among these CEOs, we had only one woman, and that was a bit. She was not a CEO actually; she was a bit lower, and it was the picture. So of today, I mean, 2 days ago, in Europe. So yeah, there's a lot of work to do, I think, and also on the confidence, the trust that women can have to work on AI technologies.
Sandrine, and I want to encourage. I have one question. Is it okay? 2, 3. Okay, but you.
Okay.
Yeah,
no, of course. No, I just wanted. I would be interested, because you are working in a multinational company, etc. What is the role of stereotypes and cultural, let's say, bias, country level, right? Because I think we know some countries are more like the Nordic or whatever, promoting equality, etc. I was wondering, because I was very impressed. There was a recent study done by a French researcher on stereotypes in France. I was really impressed to realize that even in the top polytechnics, Centrale, etc. in France, there are few women, and these women say they don't feel legitimate. That really struck me as a result. So this question of imposteur, as we said, is still very much there. So I was wondering, whether you have some idea about the importance of stereotypes across countries. Well, it's a difficult question.
I think it talks to a broad issue around the importance of inclusion and different voices and different perspectives being included, especially when it comes to AI and the shaping of AI and the use of AI within any organization. Not just the shaping of the technology itself, but the use of the technology within an organization. And we have, I can talk from, we have an AI ethics board, and it's actually led by a woman and chaired by a woman. There are lots of different perspectives involved from different countries, from different parts of the organization as well. And I think that's important. Different job roles, different perspectives have to be included in the design and shaping of how this technology is put to use within the organization. And it's very deliberate that there is a diverse set of perspectives included in that, because otherwise you will risk having entrenching stereotypes, entrenching biases, and it's very important that we try and avoid that. And that's why I stress, when it comes to governance, governance is, when it comes to AI, is not just a political issue. It's actually an issue for every single organization, and governance of AI has to be at the core of how every organization uses this technology. And I can say within IBM, we place it absolutely at the core of how we work with organizations on AI.
Thank you very much. So we have 3 questions. I start with you, lady in the 3rd row.
Thank you. I am Emanuela Preiti, and I represent here Fly CISL, which is the electricity Italian sectoral federation, trade union federation. We work actually a lot on these topics, and I have a question for Natalie. Because following the basis of the logic of the AI regulation, it's kind of a balance between, as you said, regulation and innovation, and basically mitigating risks. We know that in employment, we have the Commission said it's a high risk, let's say, sector. So I'm just wondering whether your office is collaborating with the DG Employment and kind of, are you thinking our joint effort to the next Commission to come up with a kind of regulation for the employment in particular, because I think that the point is the governance and the principle that AI is not neutral. So our fear is notably the management by algorithms, which is all along the, let's say, worker life in the company. So my question is, are you thinking to come up with something in terms of regulation together with DG Employment? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So one question directly to Natalie, but I would want to take the 2 other questions beforehand, and I'll go first to the man on that side, Raluca, and then a question from Raluca. If you will.
Good morning, everyone.
There's another one over there.
Thank you for all the insightful presentation. I'm Claudio Bombino from Postdoc Politecnico di Milano and from the Alpha Makes Mother Matters here. And I was, let's say, I had 2 questions. The first one, in the survey that you've been conducted, have you seen some differences cross sectors that responders were belonging to? And the second one goes specifically more toward European commissioners. How do they proactively anticipate what is happening, given the changes are happening that fast? Thank you.
Yes, question maybe in general terms, maybe there's an overlapping also with the question of the Italian colleague, but we are still in the process of making up our mind, let's say, at the EU level here, the independent unions, and to see what our positioning will be. Not that it will, the world is waiting for it, but it's still, I think, very interesting what you said, Mrs. Kaz, because you said regulation is needed, but is it needed at EU level, or is it needed rather through collective agreements or social dialogue, etc.? So there have been also yesterday, there was a lady from Indonesia who was saying, well, that's great. I mean, Europe is regulating, so the question also goes to Natalie, but do we maybe over-regulate? The ETUC, so the European Trading Confederation, is asking for a new AI Act for employment or on employment. So bringing all this together, does it make, what would be your opinion on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who wants to start? There were many questions to Natalie. Yeah, Natalie, you want to start? And then the research questions for the 2 colleagues.
I mean, now that we have some names for the next commission. We do have the name of the next president. I mean, if she passes all the steps, and that's very good news from yesterday. But I will not be able to say what our policy masters will do in the next days and months in terms of, and we will need to wait for the new commission being established, for the new commissioners being in office to wait. But I'm fully aware of the work done by our colleagues in DG AMPL, and we are collaborating with them very closely. We will be collaborating with all the DGs. The AI office is working on the implementation of the AI Act and other aspects of artificial intelligence. I mentioned excellence and research. There is also AI for societal goods that I mentioned as well. The safety aspects, obviously, and also the coordination and the innovation part that will be done by another unit. So it's a joint effort of one directorate, but we are not owning artificial intelligence. This is definitely a topic for, we are really cooperating with many organizations and within the Commission, like OECD, for instance, and at international level. And within the Commission, it's the same. We are working in terms of different sectors, but we have also been active inside the AI Act. You mentioned the fact that recruitment is seen as a high risk, and this will be part of the implementation. We will be working very closely with the national authorizations, which are in charge of the implementation of this part of the legislation. So I hope it answers your question, because so far it's difficult for me to say what the next commission will be doing. And if I may, the question on are we anticipating the developments, that's exactly why we put together this AI office, which is a bit of a unique governance, new governance, let's say, inside the Commission, to really cover all the aspects of artificial intelligence, including the new developments. So we will have colleagues working on the new generative AI technologies very closely, and this requires a lot of expertise, obviously. But there is a whole timeline of delivering on the AI Act. You may be aware of the different deadlines, and we are working very hard now to deliver on the code of practice focused on generative AI, for instance. I have a timeline that I'm happy to share with you, but there's many steps in this implementation of the AI Act. So I think by responding to the first question, I responded to your question, because it's very difficult for me to anticipate, let's say, political decisions.
Okay. So maybe, Sandrine, do you want to go first and then?
I don't know whether the question on survey was to me or to IBM, but okay. On the survey we did, actually, so there were two surveys. The one showing that it's beneficial for workers, etc., comparing, there was a slide showing that when workers are consulted, it's better. That was only financial sectors. So it was more to flag cross-country differences. Now, there was another survey, the one where I mentioned that employers and employees and employers, the main risk and challenges. Here, indeed, there were strong differences across sectors. And obviously, in let's say, the sectors, like we had the Nordic, again, engineers, or like the sectors like very exposed to AI, of course, the answers were different. That I can go into the details if you want when we do the break. No, I wanted to react to the question, very interesting question. Obviously, we don't want to over-regulate, and I think it's important not to reinvent the wheel all the time. We have to be aware there are already a lot of legislation in place. And I think it's important already to map what is there and then check if the question is not an issue of enforcement, compliance, or these kind of things. Having said that, AI brings also very specific challenges. I mentioned ethical issues, etc. And on this, once we have identified the gaps, then I think it's important indeed to define how can we address this issue and at what level. Indeed, there is an international level. And here, the point I had on avoid fragmentation, I think it's where it's also important, right? Have this international initiative, etc. Then there is the question of regulation at national level, but as you know, also at a lower level, when in system where sectoral bargaining is very important, etc. Again, we have to carefully identify these different things. But again, I think it's indeed very important not to systematically redefine and add another layout of regulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll...
Can I just add a research question, just a quick perspective?
You can, and I have one more question for you, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Because you also said that STEM, although still being a very important skill, is more and more replaced with other skills, or replaced. It's that there are other skills that are very important, such as collaboration, communication, teamwork, etc., which for me raised again the issue of the black box. Of course, you know, I can have all these skills and use AI, etc., but the question is, what's behind it? What's the algorithm? You work in a rather technical environment, IBM. So what does IBM do to really encourage and support women to dealing with that issue of contribute to the black box?
Well,
but
let me broaden it beyond just IBM, because I think there's a broad issue around the technology itself. I think that there needs to be openness around how AI is developed, and there needs to be transparency in what goes into these models, how is it trained, what's the data that's been used, and that's something that's very important and dear to many people who work in the technology space as well. The best way to not only encourage trust in the users is to have openness around how it's been developed and what's gone into this so-called black box. And that's key, I think, and that includes also many different perspectives on this, including in creating trust for women to use it, and so forth. So I think to tackle this, it's more important. Openness in general around AI and the technology is key, rather than closing it down and keeping it secret. So that there's no transparency into how outcomes have been arrived at through the models. On the research, I just want to add to the sector perspective, because we actually, I think, it's interesting that discussions often look at sector differences, and there are some, and I think the reason why you also looked at financial services, because that's one of the sectors where you see a very rapid advancement in AI. I would, from a research perspective, I think digging into the functional differences are much more prominent. When we look at the data, you see much more prominent differences in functions within an organization. So marketing, customer services, HR, etc., are functions where you see much more rapid advancement of these technologies than some other functions. So that perspective and that lens would actually, I think, yield more insights into differences than the industry perspective.
I have one last question, which no, there are more? Okay. Do me a favor and be brief in your question, but of course I will happily take some. So there is Raluca, there is... Okay, yes. The man in the blue skirt who was dancing a long time yesterday evening. Blue. And then we have, do we have a third question somewhere? Thomas, okay.
I just want to take the opportunity to advertise a little bit the work that we do at CESI. At the beginning of the pandemic, through the European Social Dialogue for Central Government Public Administrations, we started to work on an agreement on digitalization at work, which included a big chunk on the use of AI. And I want to advertise it because it's a beautiful piece of contract, let's say, that trade unions could use in their collective bargaining at work. It's very far-reaching. It includes provisions on getting involved in the development of the algorithms, having a human-centered approach, trade unions being informed of the way the AI algorithms are used at work. It's a really, really good piece of well, we were hoping it would become a piece of legislation. However, the European Commission is still thinking about this possibility.
Okay.
Now they started the consultation on the right to disconnect. But I wanted to advertise this document, which is on the CESI website. It's a huge effort made between employers and employees from 19 member states, signed and ratified since October 2021, and it can be used by everyone.
Thank you, Raluca, and perhaps something to be sent also to participants after the conference,
Yes.
like that. You know, it's even easier to read. Thanks a lot for that.
Good morning, Dumitru Fornea. I am from CESI, but also a member of the European Economic and Social Committee. I'm in a Romanian trade union organization, and we study a lot the processes behind the AI. And we discussed yesterday about few authors, but today I want to bring in attention another author which is known in the trade unionist world, Shoshana Zuboff. And of course, I know that are representative of the companies, and they will look a little bit strange to the philosophy, because we in the trade unionist world, we feel the need to, how to say, to have a word on these evolutions. And the discussion was related to auto regulations versus public regulation of the AI, because it was a presentation from IBM, but also other companies, and OECD, it's also presented in this panel. We have these guidelines, we have due diligence, and everybody is believing that we think about mining company or other extractive companies. And we in the trade unionist movement, we said that the raw materials of this century are the datas. The biggest company in the world are data companies, are no longer, neither IBM, neither mining companies, are data companies.
Yeah.
So on this aspect, DG Connect maybe will answer how it will look like, and the others to reflect from their perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thomas, briefly.
I will go quick, no comments or long statements. I just wanted very, very quickly to come back to some data that I have seen during the presentation. It was very interesting for me to see how in the IBM presentation, the proficiency of STEM, it's really going down. And exactly how you see this, but this is maybe, how you and Natalie see this, because in the last 2-3 years, also DG Connect was really pushing hard and to elevate it, and this woman in STEM and so on. And then when I see this, it's something that maybe there is a really revolution here. And very last question is really also for us trade unionists. What you think we should focus on our attention? Because of course, as Klaus said before, we are still trying to understand how this rapid change is really affecting us all. But from your perspectives, what we should also do, and also a little bit to, maybe to do better. Thank you.
Okay, I suggest that we start with the last. You already have the mic, so Jakob start. Then I would want to give the word also to Sadrine, because it's also about a question of what can trade unions do. And Natalie, I think you have the final word then on how to regulate the big data.
Understand,
or govern.
Yeah. Sorry, on the STEM question, just to be clear, this was the relative prioritization. So we're not saying that the demand for STEM skills is going down. Okay, just to clarify that, because what we want to show with that chart, because it's deliberately, it's provocative, and we know that given the discussions that are around that. What it shows in the survey results is that there's a lot of fluctuation in terms of skills, and organizations are also trying to figure out what are the skills we might need in the future as a result of AI. And these survey results change a lot all the time. What is remarkable, though, is that there seems to be a recognition that what we would call most of the human skills, the ability to collaborate, empathy, and those kind of things are coming to the forefront. It's recognized that actually to create value from STEM skills, those harder skills, if you like, the technical skills, you need to now be able to combine it with more human-centric skills, softer skills. And I think that is something that's changing, and also because organizations are quite complex. So to tap STEM skills and technical skills, it needs to be combined with those softer skills. And that's what I think this chart reflects. STEM skills in themselves, without softer skills, are going to be more difficult to create value for the organization. So therefore, they will want to see the ability to collaborate, the ability to work with others, the ability to show empathy, and so forth. But I think it's interesting that tech conversations and skills very often very quickly move into the STEM conversation for good reason. And we need STEM skills. But I think in wider organizations, when it comes to the use of this technology and getting value from these technologies, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that the softer skills, if you like, are also core to this.
I've recently heard someone saying that, in fact, to seeing how they get these softer skills into AI, one characteristic they look at is empathy. How to work on empathy and how to making sure that empathy enters AI. That brings us potentially to a new and even wider discussion, but I found that interesting. Sandrine.
Yeah, it's a difficult question because also I'm rather, I mean, OECD is rather advising government, right? But I can try. For trade unions, I think there are two things I see. Well, this question of, really having the AI expertise that we mentioned a couple of times. So to, again, have this right understanding of what we are talking about in order to be able to have this common sort of discussion, platforms of understanding with employers, and at every level be able, based on a shared diagnosis, to propose sort of common solutions, something like that. But for this, I think it's very important to have this trust between the social partners. Again and again, you need to know what you're talking about. Then there is also this question of representativeness. What I said before is, I mentioned a couple of initiatives that were taken by social partners. Very often it comes already from the most dynamic trade unions that are already very dynamic on a couple of fronts. So it's this question of also reaching out, maybe going beyond what we call the traditional social partners. So have also the people who also take care how do you defend the rights of platform workers and this different type of new business model, etc. So how do you reach out these people that are potentially in the gray zone in the world of work? So therefore to have a broader coverage and representativeness of the actors. That's
thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. And we'll have Natalie.
Many thanks. So just to conclude, I think we will need another panel to discuss data economy. But what I can say is that the Commission and Commissioner Breton especially started with data. I mean, when he started his mandate in 2019, he really wanted to have a data governance act and then a data act that entered into force, so before the AI Act. And it was it's the fuel, it's the new fuel, let's say, of the data economy. And I fully agree that this is a key question. I mean, without data, you don't have AI. And we put these two legislations on the table. The Data Act will be applying in 2025, if I'm correct. And this is really to facilitate the share of data, including industrial data within Europe, but within our European conditions. So once again, in terms of trust protection of citizens, data protection. And it's really a major part of the whole strategy. So I hope, and why not organizing another topic, another debate on data.
Thank you very much. A big thanks to the three of you. The biggest risk for a moderator is when she tries to summarize the discussion afterwards, so I won't. But big thanks. We have touched on so many different things and on regulation, and we will now be having, so we have a big shift here on stage. We have touched on regulation. We will have a special session now from Reshaping Work and Seismic Project. So big thanks to you. And over to Jason and Selma. Where are they? They come from. So Seismic Project and Reshaping Work are partners of CESI this year in the CESI Summer Days. And they will, and they will look into equitable AI. So indeed, the issues that were touched on in the previous discussion, the black box, how do we prevent biases? How is it created? What's the algorithm behind? Addressing bias in employment opportunities is the topic of their special session. And Jason, when I inquired, okay, what will you do what will you do on stage? He said, we'll be dancing, we'll be singing, we give you the full Monty, so I think you have a lot to expect. He even asked me for fireworks. I'm not sure, Telemachus, did we organize them? Fireworks? They're there, okay. So Jason and Selma, let me briefly introduce the two of you, which I should have here. Give me a little, here it is. Jason is a researcher. Is a researcher and professor at Erasmus University in Rotterdam. He is specialized in digital transformations and the impact of technology on society. Jason leads the CESI project, and his research focuses on privacy, data protection, and the societal effects of digital innovation. Selma, needless to say, one of the female leaders when it now comes to AI and digital innovation. But she also has an experience in 15 years in media and communications with both an academic and professional background. She has worked as editor, co-producer, researcher, and communication specialist. She currently works at Erasmus School of History, Culture, and Communication as a postdoctoral researcher. And her main aim is to providing insights to both academia and practical life about how digital technologies can work better for the benefit of society. So the two of you told me you're gonna manage this, so I'll lean back. Over to you, and very, very interested in hearing what your experience can bring to this discussion.
Thank you, and it is a pleasure and a privilege to be here. We are representing both seismic and reshaping work. Unfortunately, our colleagues from reshaping work were not able to be here, so we'll do our best on their behalf. Giovanna Karanovic is a partner on the seismic project, and she leads that organization. We just had a session, and we are sort of recapping a number of different things here. And it says interactive. Of course, when you say interactive, that's dangerous, because what is interactive in this context? But we will get to that as long as there's no technical difficulties. But for every interactive session, you need a prologue and an epilogue. So let me briefly talk about seismic. What we're going to do is talk about some of the issues. We're not going to talk about all of those. We don't have time for that. So the nice part is that you get to help select those issues. And particularly the issues of how women are facing certain employment issues due to AI, and a little bit about how we are starting to work on this, both with seismic and reshaping work. And I'm very happy that CESI is a partner on that, because, of course, I think this dialogue needs to be happening there. So let me briefly give you some information about seismic. Of course, you have this nice little slogan about piloting the shift to human-centric industry. We are focused on bringing together a number of different pilots. Small scale and some larger scale projects across Europe, including, for instance, outside of the European Union, Serbia and Turkey, about how to actually effectively do the implementation of digital practices, including AI. It is across sectors, and is it across sizes? So we have some small companies that are very small, 6 to 8 people SMEs, to Michelin, Thales, Senai in Portugal, several large-scale companies. And we have all of these critical issues. One of those critical issues is, of course, about gender. And our argument is that we are attempting to make a shift in practice toward more human-centric industry. This is part of a larger trajectory on Industry 5.0, which contains issues about sustainability and resilience. And of course, what we are attempting to do with seismic is show that you can effectively move forward with that. I'm not going to spend much time on it because I'd rather get to the topic of the day, and I will pass over to my colleague Selma in just a second. That's Seismic, but Reshaping Work is an organization that CESI has been working with for several years now. It is about pioneering these multi-stakeholder approach with a variety of actors. It's about thinking through how do we do work in a better way. And we'll talk about some of the events that are happening with Reshaping Work in a moment. But basically, there is a platform, a whole set of conferences that you are welcome to join, and we will note a couple of those at the end. That's it. So I pass over to Selma to talk a little bit about the gender critical issues before we do the more interactive.
Hello, as she introduced me, I am a postdoctoral researcher, so I want to share my personal experiences with you. I'm 42 years old, almost 42 years old. I'm still postdoctoral researcher because 10 years ago I had to give a break because of my twins. I wanted to and had to choose that way. My husband and I moved to Netherlands from Turkey 8 years ago with 2-year-old twins. And now in 8 years, we have huge expat network there. And I can say that mostly one person in the family work in the broad country in my network. And you can easily guess that these are the women. These are the men, not women. The women are who is not working. They care of the kids and houseworks. So I think this is not surprising for all of us when we think about we are living in a world where the women were given to the right of vote and to be voted after than men. So I think it's really symbolic things. So we can say that AI is not a magical thing. It doesn't produce bias. So AI systems do not exist in a vacuum. As we can see on the cartography that women in the tech and science industry in Europe, it is really surprising that still almost half of the employees were women in the science of technology. Yes, it's increasing day by day, but still women are underrepresented as scientists and as engineers, and predominantly they work like mostly in the services sector. Yet, so we can say that still we need time. It is really good. It's increasing day by day, but still we need time. So we see clearly this result in the pay gap. So if we look at the salary proportion, we clearly see that there is a difference between men and women's salaries. These are not, of course, because of this related with the skills. Of course, it's caused by major factors. One of them is work balance, work-life balance. As we talked yesterday, mainly we talk about this. Negotiation tendency. Before than us, we talk about still women do not have a tendency to negotiate their salary. Thankfully, I have. I work with him. Occupational segregation. This is really important. If we look at, if we search on the Google and look at the toys for the girls and boys, we clearly see that household-related toys for girls, the technical, scientific, or robotics toys are for the boys. So there is a really important occupational segregation between women and men. The other one is the lack of mentorship. Yeah, it's really nice. These kind of events promote the people to mentor women. I think it will change. Maybe it's a big hope. So we can say that AI mirrors the society. It reflects, of course, and it reflects bias and negative practices of the issues in the society, but still we have hope that we can use AI to mitigate all these negative issues like bias, discrimination, to being more societal benefit. I think this is really important. So we can say that there is two clear solution here. We will talk later about this, but we need to open up and make transparent the whole AI life system and also focus the roots of these problems. This is not related only with AI. So we need to focus on the roots of the critical gender concerns. So let's look at these critical concerns.
Yeah, so now we turn to a little slightly more interactive, and we have 7 topics that we would like you to choose which one we're going to talk to. And we'll jump to whatever slides that you all choose. So if you go to Menti, MENTI.com on your phone or your laptop, you should see a code that comes up. If you type in 3902135, that's right.
It's Menti.
Yeah, MENTI.com. And then we can jump back to the slides, and we will give you a couple of stats, and then we want to start a discussion about, does this reflect your reality, and do you see these experiences, and are you doing something about them? And maybe we'll have time for 2. Again, the number is 3902135. So menti.com, MENTI.com. And then hopefully we can also pass the mic around because we'll give you some statistics, and then we both prepared. Actually, we prepared different ones, so I have no idea whether you're going to choose the one that Selma prepared or the one that I prepared, just to talk about briefly, and then see if we come to the same sense around this. So maybe we can see where we're heading. We see quite a broad spectrum. You have options for up to 3.
Jason, you have until 20 past 11, huh? 20 past 11, you need to stop.
Yeah, okay. So it looks like we are heading for a discussion on the career progression, and then perhaps the hiring process itself. So maybe we can switch back to the slides. It's pretty clear that we'll do at least the career progression. Yeah. So, and that was a topic that I get to talk about, number 6. So one of the things that we are very much aware of is that women face these hardships and get fewer promotions and development opportunities. And what happens, we have noticed, and what studies have demonstrated, is that AI is basically inheriting these biases and perpetuating them further. So one of the things that we have begun to see is that there is a cultural set of practices within organizations that only 26% of women actually feel they can approach their manager for some sort of promotion. And of course, the glass ceiling issue remains. And part of what AI is integrated here is in these potentials for automated performance reviews. And those automated performance reviews are built on databases basically of the successes of men who have done certain things and then get built back into the system, and women are evaluated against those criteria. And so we end up seeing this critical issue about whether women are being listened to, whether they're actually being able to ask for financial reimbursement for the work that they do that is in many cases equitable to men in equivalent positions. On average, what we begin to see is a big gender gap in AI research. So in the field that both Selma and I are working in, we see a big differentiation between who is attending and participating these. And what we see is that the papers, the information that is being shown and developed there is very much geared toward and developed by men predominantly. According to Wired, as it says right there, machine learning researchers, again, this is 2018, a little older data, I think that might have begun to shift, but probably not significantly. So finally, we go back to some of the things that were talked about yesterday, which is basically as career progression goes up, as career goes on, it is, of course, women who tend to see the fall out and in positions of leadership, constituting only 14% of tech leaders. And one of the things that we noticed is that we really don't see those examples, and part of the issue that we talked about yesterday. Awkward for me to talk about this, but I think maybe we open this up. So the question that we have is, does this resonate? Does this sound like this is something that you are seeing? And are, in your organizations, are people actually doing something about this? So let's start a brief dialogue on the hiring and development process, so that it's not just Selma and myself talking the whole time. Comments? Does this sound familiar? Or maybe, why did you pick this one? Why do you think this is a critical issue?
I would want to go back to what Natalie said in the opening panel, where they had a meeting yesterday or a few days ago with Breton, and there was only one woman, a CEO meeting, one woman in the room. She wasn't even the CEO. And link it to what we also discussed yesterday, the Women on Board legislation, where hopefully in 2025, 2026, the 40% of women in non-executive positions will come. The question would be, does it not start much earlier? Because quota, we touched on it, all of this work, but like what is done much earlier to making sure women do the final step too?
Yeah, I think we see that in leadership development programs. Do you want to speak here? Yeah. So one of the things that we are noticing in the Netherlands is starting to talk about how do we recognize different values from frankly a variety of contexts, and that may be connected to gender, it also may be connected to ethnic backgrounds, about actually rewarding and thinking about how people are different and acting in different ways in organizations, and actually trying to identify and promote that at an earlier stage.
One more question before we... Seismic project is a project in which CESI is also a partner. So I assume that the research that you've done also include trade unions. Have you surveyed them? How was it done? Just out of...
Yeah, so not yet. Seismic is now 6 months old. So part of what happens now is that we have set the boundaries. And one of those boundaries is saying, okay, we want to evaluate the way in which gender is actually understood and practiced in situ, in context. So we don't want to just think about this or write about it. I am in a university and I'm an academic, but I want to look at how is that actually played out in practice in these small organizations, medium-sized organizations, large organizations. Several of them are represented by trade unions, and that's part of where CESI comes back to us as a partner that actually evaluates and says, this makes sense to our members as well.
Okay. And maybe that's something that participants here can already contribute to, because we have a lot of trade unions from CESI here, from the different countries, career progression. Anyone wants to contribute? We need a mic for the lady in the back.
Thank you, and thank you for the nice presentation. My name is Eija Ahonen. I'm from Lapland University of Applied Sciences. I actually conducted a research of AI this year about gender biases in AI and how to mitigate them. So this is extremely interesting. But about the topic of promotions in the career, I think with women it's a lot of times a kind of silent promotion. So when you are good at your work, you will be silently promoted. So you will just get more and more tasks without rewards. And that's kind of my experience lately about, sadly, about the topic. Thank you.
Yeah. I can fully agree that I see that far too often.
The microphone to the window, there too.
Hi, I work for the Belgian Institute for Equality between Women and Men. And I just wanted to ask if you also looked at in how far this is related to retention or problems of retention, like why do women leave, etc.
So for seismic itself, there are studies that, of course, that I'm sure you're well aware of, but we have not done it yet on seismic. But it is so. What happens in the project is we will do cross-cutting themes and retention and sort of job satisfaction. I didn't go into the whole speech about what seismic does. We have these beautiful things called CAPS factors, and I can explain all of those. But those are about actually the way in which people experience their work and whether it's actually satisfying. And that will be something that we will also be considering and thinking about how does that connect with exactly women in job satisfaction. Absolutely. So the answer is no, but it's on our list. The project will be for another 3.5 years. And so then we look at how does that play out in these pilots when they implement new technology. And does that actually increase or decrease in who's responding to a new digital practice when, for instance, AI comes alongside or replaces certain aspects of their work? Does gender matter there? And the answer, I feel, is probably yes, of course. And we've heard a number of these studies. And then hopefully, I don't want to give all the promises, but hopefully we figure out ways to help adjust it in these pilots and then see how that then can spread beyond.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
Another question, I think, was a few lines, yeah, third row.
Hi, hello. Lavanya Ferdinand from the DWB Women's Arm in Germany. We are a trade union that focuses on women in the public sector. And what we find is that the issue of career progression is actually very closely tied to the issue of work-life balance, because women shoulder a huge disproportionate amount of care work in the home. So yes, of course, it's about empowering women, and leadership programs are great, but as long as we don't include men at home in care work and distribute it equally, it will never get to that part of empowerment, because you have to empower both men and women at home to get the home economy done, and then only can men and women equally contribute to growing in the workplace and being promoted in the workplace. I believe that's where we need to focus much more attention on.
I'm going to fully agree, and I'm not going to mansplain. I'm going to hand that one over, and maybe we go to work-life balance as the next topic.
I'm wondering how many of men here iron their own shirt at home? Yeah, it's better than I expected. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we can ask women. How many of women iron their men's T-shirt? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. This is really. Yeah, we had a discussion.
These are these biases which we have to fight with.
We had a discussion about this, the images and pictures yesterday. Jason and I talked to. When I think about AI, I only think that robots are men. I don't know how many.
The killer robots are women.
Yeah, but yeah. Then the robot's name or AI tools, their names change or their voice are women. Yeah, because men needs women all the time. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
We do the work-life balance?
Yeah, we can. How we choose it?
Can you click on the work-life balance?
Yeah. Maybe we can go with work-life balance for. Yeah, we can continue your question and comments from here. Yeah, women are always bear the disproportionate burden of unpaid works all the time, but especially after pandemic, it will it increased because of the flexibility, flexible time, flexible work all the time before the pandemic. Flexible work means that you can work all the time, everywhere, in any time. This is not, I don't agree that the flexible working is not benefits for the workers. This is aside, but after pandemic, women are started to work more than before at home while working their own jobs. So this is really opportunity for working remote work. Remote working is really opportunity, but in addition to that, it gives more disadvantages, specifically who cares the household works at home, caring the kids. So it is difficult to concentrate their own work. And so this balance a little bit lost. This is balance. I think this is the main element of the life. If you lose the balance of everything, your life is a little bit affected negatively. So we can say that blurring the boundaries between work and private lives affect negatively, specifically more women. There is a research conducted in the UK. It's a very new research. 1 in 3 women in the UK were planning to leave their technology-based job because of the lack of work-life balance. I think this is not only unique for the tech jobs. This is also maybe for all jobs. I don't have now any stat about this, but I think this is not unique for the. Yeah, I lost the balance. Yeah, maybe you can go. Yeah, so I think yesterday also it was the main topic we all discussed, that work-life balance is really important for reinforce the woman in the work life, I think.
So we're getting close to time because we know we hold you from a break, and several of you clearly need some coffee. Maybe that's me. Maybe I'm projecting. So I just want to give you a couple slides just to say here's where we're going. So there was a whole lot of data, and we had 7 different topics that both Selma and I were prepared to talk about. So there's a lot of knowledge in our heads, and we also are happy to give you the slides and the sort of the data that we pulled. And actually, some of our researchers worked with us to come up with some of these critical issues. That's a later thing. Seismic. Seismic is about human-centric. And I personally, as a coordinator, but also in relation to working with CESI and all of our partners, take the critical issues around gender as a key component here. Because, of course, we can't pilot a human-centric if we're not actually piloting for everyone and actually thinking about those things. So this is where we are trying to make a change. I only want to give you that as a brief advertisement, and this is the whole idea of for the next 3.5 years, we're going to try and figure this out. We're going to do our best. I'm very happy to say that Seismic will fail, but we will learn from our failures, and I think we will succeed in many, many places. So that's also where it's an invitation. I invite you to follow along with us and contribute and connect with us, because this is something that we will be reporting back as a project, and we actually have to engage with all of our stakeholders. I consider all of you to be those key people. That's why we're here. That's why we partnered with CESI. So let me just briefly say, it's about an equality by design approach. We are looking at gender as a critical issue across these different sectors, because we have creative industry, we have manufacturing, we have security, we have agriculture. So we have a number of different sectors, and it's a broad spectrum. And one of the things that we are trying to do is how do we make clear sense of that across these, and of course it's also across cultures and nations. So I don't need to go too much more on that, but I will then turn it over to Selma, because part of the reason that she is here as one of my leaders in this is because she's helped us think about how do we actually evaluate AI. And so I will pass it to her before we talk about the last sort of moments of this project.
1 minute.
1 minute. Oh.
And you have to finish in 1 minute.
Yeah. Maybe I can say that in a very short. Yesterday we talked about that if we feed the machines with biased data, we get the biased results. So we generated a Compass framework, mitigate these all unbiased results in the AI life. This framework based on this framework is useful for the companies, developers, all stakeholders of the AI life cycle to ensure that the AI works more trustworthy and reliable in that way. So especially context is this component is specifically for the mitigate these all unbiased results. If you are interested about this, maybe we can share later with you this compass framework. So in 1 minute, that's all.
I would be remiss if my Reshaping Work colleagues didn't advertise that they do have an event October 23rd and 24th that you are all invited to, and especially if you want to think about this. Actually, Selma will be presenting some work there on media and communication. And I think that's it. Yeah, here are some of the speakers for that event. We can also keep this up in a moment, but yeah.
Maybe they can use this QR code for that.
Yeah, and the QR code is also on this poster here. I think we are done with that.
Thank you very much. I think what we take from that is really there is a lot more to come, and how important it is for trade unions to bring back their experience from real life, because we have also seen that yesterday, that when it comes to AI tools, it's important that we feed in everything that is really real life. Now we come to the coffee, yes, half a minute. There will be workshops afterwards, and I still need to announce these workshops. Workshop number, well, it's 4, but yeah, because yesterday we had 3, number 1 today, but workshop number 4, the one from led by Julia Torchi from the European Policy Center. Where is she? She's over there. Will deal with AI biases at work and policy responses. So those of you who are interested in that, please stay in there. And as it deals with policy responses, let me also remind you that outside you will find a pin board, and will ask you about whether AI should be regulated further and strictly, maybe even if it comes at the expense of innovation. So we have this contradiction, like if it's innovation, it goes quickly. If you regulate, usually a bit slower. So how much should we regulate? Have a look at that. There's one question, you have dots, and you can answer yes or no. That's all. Just put it there after you've grabbed your coffee, okay? So workshop number 1, AI biases and at work and policy responses, will be in this room, led by EPC. The second one is led by CESI and Obeso. It's CESI's youth organization. Mateusz, where is she? Mateusz isn't here yet, but I'm sure he's outside. And Gilda Isernio. And they will deal with young women at work and AI. Building skills for tomorrow. We heard a lot about soft skills that may be needed. So skills for tomorrow to deal with AI. And the workshop number 3 or 6 is AI and personal data. A lady brought up data, big data, and we heard AI can only be created when we have the data. Risks for women and strategies for their protection. This one will be led by Ariane Losse from personaldata.ie, so Ireland. Personal data. Both workshops, the one from CESI Youth and Women and the one from Personal Data, are downstairs. So the first one stays here, the 2 others downstairs. Guess what? It's time for coffee. So the workshops will start. Let us see. We are a little bit over time, but not too much. So the workshops will start at 11:45. You have almost, with 21 minutes for coffee. Take it down with you otherwise, huh?
And new biases can arise from the way I interact with also other people having biases of themselves. People from maybe different cultural context or maybe different social backgrounds, socioeconomic backgrounds. And that's very interesting. And then how do we understand AI? I saw that the speaker from the previous session had a similar slide, and I think it's really important that we understand that technology is not neutral. Is there anyone in the room who thought technology was neutral here? Am I? Okay. Yeah. There's no such thing, at least I think, in my perspective, as technological neutral tools, because they're developed by people with ideas, people who are living and working in a society, and they also perform actions as well. They take place against a backdrop of political, societal, and broader dynamics. And AI is as much of a product of the context in which it was created than the potential for change. Is there anyone here that thinks of AI as a solution to problems? Like, we have societal problems and AI is the way to fix them. You can raise your hands if you... Okay. That's very true. That is very true. Also, biases and challenges and issues that we had not thought about are emerging because we're adopting technology. So they have been exacerbated, but also they have brought new issues to the forefront. But I also want to stress that not only technology is not neutral, but the history of AI, if we look at it, and I'm not going to bore you with that, but is a history of gender exclusion. I've used gender exclusion word, dropped the bomb. So why am I saying it's a history of gender exclusion? Because AI is imbued with biases that are originating from the fact that the community, as it stands currently, it's mostly male-dominated. The data sets we're using are mostly geared toward men, from especially a socioeconomic background that's usually middle class to rich. And also, we are employing faulty algorithmic designs, and then we are seeing feedback loops. But I thought it was really interesting when I was reading up to do this. I discovered that computers is kind of a new word. It's coming from the 1950s, 1960s, but if you said to someone in the 1940s computer, they wouldn't think of what we think of today, of course, but they would think of a profession. Computers were women with a mathematical background that had the task, like the manual task of inputting data in what today we would think of as spreadsheets, and basically do mathematical computations. And it was kind of seen a secretarial job in the 1940s, men were at war, and women who could work and had some sort of formal educational background were allowed to do this. But then what happened is that in the way it was portrayed in the newspaper, especially after the war, and like the cracking of like the use of computers in the war and winning the war, it started to be masculinized in the news, and we had some gender metaphors where computers were associated with human brains. Human brains have usually male connotation, so then kind of women started to be excluded from the picture. And now if we think about computer programmers, they're mostly men or, not women. This, in return, has deeply affected the field, and the demographics that we are seeing today are basically a byproduct of this kind of masculinization, sorry, my Italian sometimes, masculinization of the field that we witnessed in the 1940s and 1950s. Here comes again the interactive part. I want to ask you, and I see there's many women in the room, but I also don't want to call on the women, because sometimes I feel, and I'm going to talk about this later, we are part of the problem, but also part of the solution, and it doesn't feel that nice. But I would want to ask you for examples or ideas of biases and obstacles do you think women are currently facing in the workplace, whether it is public or private, and what things
maybe you've seen other people do, or strategies that we could adopt to overcome these challenges? I can start with one. For example, for me, it's very difficult to think of myself as a competent person. I have, of course, I have a background. I have done my studies, I've done my research, and still, as you can see, I go to events and I think I'm not supposed to be here because I'm a woman, I'm young, I have red hair, and I have a nose piercing, and I think people think I'm not competent. This has, of course, been changing because today I'm talking to you. So we are moving in the right direction, but that's a very big obstacle, and I've been talking a lot to other people who are feeling kind of the same.
But it's interesting because that was also what came up in my mind, like self-confidence is something that many women are lacking, and that I would place that back to the women because we have been discussing gender equality a lot, and we also had a gentleman here yesterday who said, hey, this is gender equality, what about the rights of the men? Men really dare just taking the challenge, and they may not achieve it, they may fail. Perhaps one day they are looked at awkwardly and next day it's gone. So indeed, developing self-confidence and just going for it and daring it. And I can only refer back to what Klaus said in the opening yesterday. Don't fear AI, but go for it. Ask the questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, looking back to what was said in the other presentation, it was really shocking to see the numbers of people, especially, the numbers of women when it came to career progression, who dared ask for a raise, or to be promoted, or felt empowered, or in a comfortable situation to do that. And I, for example, not always feel.
And maybe we can add, I want to add it, because you asked about skills. So if nobody's raising a hand, I'll come in again. I know I talk a lot during these days anyway. Oh, there's another one. Okay, yeah. Two on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's very important. You mentioned that. My example maybe wasn't the best one to start, but it was more of an example of an internalized bias. I project on other people, thinking that they look at me and think I'm not competent because maybe traditionally I would not be in the room. Like maybe 10 years ago I would have not been invited, or 10 years ago I would have not been included in the conversation. So that's more of an example of something that I've internalized myself, and we do a lot. But there's a lot more to that, and that's also stemming from something that's out there. Like people look at you still and think you're not allowed to be there. What are you doing here?
Here's another question. Is it Sarah or was it? Yeah.
That's very important as well. That is very difficult to tackle. I'm gonna talk a lot about personal anecdotes. You know where I work now, but this is not related to the BC stuff that has happened in the past in other places.
Chatham House.
Well. Yeah, Chatham House as well. It has occurred to me that we were putting together a task force on something. And I work a lot in digital policy. This was a quantum task force, and it just so happened I wasn't involved in the moderation or the preparation so much. I just kind of showed up for it. But there were 16 men. There was no woman in the room. So I got an email saying, why do we not have any women in the room? And that is very important. That's something that we always have to think about. But at the same time, it's something that we, as women, are putting on ourselves. We are advancing that, and it's so difficult still to find someone at the relevant level to come and talk about quantum computing in a room where you have other 15 men. It's very difficult still. We're in 2024, and you would be surprised. There's not many of us out there. I don't know if anyone had any other point. Yeah.
Yeah, it is related to sexism as well. There is a huge part of mansplaining that happens in the room, in the workplace, and also the pressure that we do feel when we do get in the higher positions and we start getting recognition to be a role model. You always feel like you have to be 100% all the time. Yeah, you cannot make mistakes, because even the little mistake is being pointed out and used against not just you, but the whole category that you represent. So it gets really hard, and then it does get really stressful. And also what I feel as well, which is related to sexism, is something that happens in the workplace. Men feel entitled to make any sort of comments to you. If you look tired, if your hair is not on point, if you're dressed in a different way, that doesn't happen to men. I never see another man going up to another man, oh, why do you not look as nice as yesterday night? Or, oh, why do you have your hair like this today? Or why didn't you straighten it? Or why didn't you put curls in your hair? It's very, and it does diminish your role as a person when you're in that room.
Yeah, Kirsten.
And briefly add to it, because it's something that hasn't yet come up, and I'm a bit surprised by that. Bias and AI. Who of you has an Alexa at home? Alexa? You know Alexa? The thing that is in your, and you can give orders, and she does it, she switches on. What voice does Alexa have?
True. On that, a very interesting fact. You can change the names on mine. Now it's called Alexei and has a...
Okay, but when it came to the market, it was called Alexa. It had the voice of a female voice, young woman, and the order to make it go quiet was shut up. So just imagine, and of course, people found it funny. But you have Alexa at home, you say shut up, and Alexa will go quiet. Otherwise, she does what you want. The question, of course, to us women is, so I prefer to, not always, but to also look at myself. What do? Do I still buy it? Or do I object? Do I bring it out? So really to be sensitive to these things is also, and apparently now it says Alexei.
Yeah,
but does it say shut up?
Mine only, I have to admit. I just changed mine's name. But that's true. I mean, traditionally, usually vocal assistants like Alexa, Cortana, Siri, they're always women. Cause there's
and what is the order that is given? To Alexei to shut up?
No, I'm a bit nicer, I have to admit. I'm always kinder, I try to. Yes, exactly. Yeah, like
please.
Yeah.
Do me a favor, give me.
Yeah. Yeah, my immediate response would be we need to do more in data sets. We don't have extensive data sets. We don't I don't know exactly. I don't look at the financial sector a lot, but I was working on digitalization of the healthcare sector, and the data sets are all skewed toward men, and we don't know exactly, for example, how something might have repercussions on a female body, but also in other things, it's just very, very difficult to come across now, like updated data sets. There's no data sets on a lot of things. I don't know exactly what you're working on, but for example, in the context, I was looking at the future of work, how AI is going to impact the future of work, and I was trying to like break down some sort of data categories and look into what's happening and the percentage of like women in STEM, but also women in STEM from different backgrounds and stuff like that. Yeah, there's not a lot on that. I don't know exactly, because again, I don't have a technical background, so I wouldn't know exactly how to help you in addressing. I see the...
Just to give an answer on this, just from a technical, from what the financial sector usually is doing, this is an initial problem that within the algorithms that we're speaking of, but most of the time now they are avoiding this, trying to circling around this problem by looking the solutions and so differences when they don't are extended, and then they try to retrain the model based on specificities. So if they've been noticing that there is a gender bias, so they highlight it and they try to retrain within another sample that try to eliminate this bias. So from an algorithm point of view, it's feasible. So it's just, as you mentioned, trying to think the data set where there may be these biases and try to align to retrain the models. So again, it's interesting to take the perspective of understanding which are human capital variables that then can be objectively included in the algorithm to avoid this type of, let's say, biases in the use case. Because the technology is nothing. I mean, the technology is an enabler. So the idea is that we need to understand the use case, and if there is a bias in the use case, only in that case we can try to circulate the...
Yeah.
No, but
absolutely.
it's
That's
exactly
super
that.
interesting. But also a thought on that, I don't know. Again, this is a very open conversation, and as I said, I don't have a technical background. I'm not working on exactly what you're working on, so I think I'm looking at from a different kind of picture. But also, I don't think that when it comes to bias, technology can be the problem and the solution to the problem. There's so human oversight, like at the end of the day. I know it's very difficult. I know it requires a lot of human capital. I know it requires a lot of time and effort, but yeah, we don't want to fall into the trap of technological determinism or techno-chauvinism or anything like that. So I would just suggest we make sure that there's human oversight on anything. Okay, so we addressed some of the biases. These were more general, but I have some examples of biases in the next slides. Yeah, so there's a lot of different types of biases that you can encounter in the workplace. There's more in the next slide as well, and I had to take out some. But basically, what I want to, I mean, we can talk more about them if you see anything that's interesting and you want to have a conversation on that. I'm very open. But what I want to emphasize is the fact that these biases are not just existing. They're not things that are just happening to us. I'm going to point to the next one as well. These are very, very concrete repercussions on vulnerable groups of people. And also, they're not existing and standing alone, per se. So they are interlinked. They affect some groups of people more than others, and sometimes these groups of people are overlapping, and that's why we should approach it from an intersectional perspective, especially when you look at, for example, hiring biases, but also, sorry if I look at my notes, when you look at stereotyping social groups, demeaning social groups, erasing social groups, the chance that women, but also women from diverse backgrounds, are falling into more of these categories is very, very high. And also they can kind of interlink, like for example, quality of service harms like increased labor. We were talking about it in the other section. Like, okay, AI benefits me in terms of increased productivity, but then I have to go back home and do a lot of gendered care work at home. So not only is a loss of opportunity, but it's also loss of time. So they are kind of interlinked. I don't know if anyone wants to raise any point on this. Otherwise, we move to the next session, to the next slide. So after looking at biases, I kind of like wanted to have a look at like the taxonomy of harms that could stem from these biases. These are socio-technical harms. So they're deriving from basically constructions of power and dynamics. There's representational harms, allocative harms, quality of service, interpersonal, and social system. I think when we think of biases and harms related to biases, representational is probably the first one that comes to our mind. The fact that data sets are skewed, the fact that there's people who are not represented in these data sets. They have very, very real consequences and manifestations, such not only as stereotypes, demeaning, and erasure, but also can make people feel alienated from their own social category. It means that people are denied opportunities to self-identify, maybe because they're labeled by algorithms in a certain way. Maybe they're labeled as belonging to a female body rather than a male body, and they're not comfortable with that. But also they're reducing social categories to very essentialist points. Allocative harms probably are the most relevant in together with quality of service when it comes to the workplace. Because it means that basically the distribution of resources as allocated by AI systems can result in opportunity loss and economic loss. Opportunity loss is kind of hinting back at what we were talking earlier, the fact that I don't feel comfortable to ask, I don't feel comfortable to go forward for this, I don't feel like I can ask for more, I don't feel like I can progress. And they also have very tangible economic losses. It means I probably would earn less than my male counterparts. It means I probably don't go for promotions where I actually am qualified to do that. But also quality of services harms are very, very important. And these, again, are also linked to representational harms. And I also want to talk about increased labor and the fact that sometimes these systems are not targeted towards certain categories of people. For example, there were studies about speech recognition and the fact that speech recognition systems usually don't recognize some sort of slangs, usually like AVE, African American vernacular languages, basically. So it means that the person not only is alienated from their own category, but also they have to put in more work. It means they have to change the way they talk. It means they have to change the way they do their work. It means they have to put in more hours to correct maybe the transcripts and everything. And that again links back to opportunity loss or economic
can I
loss.
leave it? Comme ça, je laisse. Voilà. Merci. Hein.
Anyone who speaks German. Okay. And then, yeah, interpersonal harms and social system harms. So what do we do? Policy responses. When you look at policy responses, concretely, you have to kind of diversify between the two different kind of outcomes you can have. You could have direct gender effects or indirect gender effects. Direct gender effects are basically hinting at the fact that there has been a an effective violation of legislation, so something could be done, like legally. Indirect is more kind of a gray zone, so something has happened, someone has been hurt, someone has been misrepresented or erased from the picture, but we are kind of in a gray area as to what we can do legally to remedy to that. In terms of policy responses, I wanted to talk a bit about the AI Act. I feel like everyone talks a bit about the AI Act these days, so stop me if it's boring at any point. I don't think it's any news to any of you if I say that the AI Act approaches AI systems from the perspective of products. That's very important when you look at AI biases in the workplace, because products are basically yeah, the final product, the final outcome. You're not looking at the root causes of inequality. You're not looking at the root causes of biases or discrimination in the workplace. You're just looking at something has happened. It was not meant to happen. There has been a negative side effect, or yeah, and we are doing something to fix that. But we're not doing something to fix the root cause. And in this sense, again, the AI Act is quite horizontal in the way it works. And also, as you probably know, it's not centered around addressing gender biases and discrimination in the workplace. There are some mentions of it in the text. Addressing biases is mentioned 17 times, and gender equality is mentioned 4 times, I think in what, more than 1,000 pages? That's something. But yeah, does this qualify as offering sufficient protection or sufficient remedy or action against gender biases and discrimination in the workplace? I would say no, but I'm happy to have a discussion on that in a second. Basically, the only thing that the Act can effectively do is regulate high-risk systems. So, for example, in the context of employment, it would be hiring processes, but also assessing performances. That cannot be done. That is a high-risk category, so there's some processes that we have to go through. But for anything else other than that, it's a bit of a gray zone, so we don't know exactly where we stand. The AI office will have the power to create guidelines and to create codes of conduct and to facilitate the share of best practices. And also they will have the power 1 in 3 years to open a revision of the AI Act, assessing also the state of play based on maybe the emergence of new technologies. But also it will have the power to modify the technologies that are listed in the annex and listed as high-risk technologies. In this sense, I wanted to ask you something. I think it might be later in the slides, but I want to ask you now. So, as I said, the AI Act is horizontal in its approach. It's trying to do a lot and cover many different grounds, and that's, of course, stemming from the fact that it's regulating AI systems as products. It's not vertical. It's not trying to identify the root causes or offer solutions to the root causes. So it means that probably if we're looking at addressing gender biases in the workplace or addressing discrimination in the workplace, we're going to need either to amend it via delegated acts, or we're going to look at probably other legislative processes. It means, like, for example, like it happened with the Platform Work Directive, algorithmic management was mentioned in the text, but it wasn't the center of the AI Act. So to address algorithmic management, we had to have something else, something complementary, the Platform Work Directive, which eventually got passed, which is focusing kind of vertically on that. That could happen for gender biases and for discrimination. And that's good in the sense. It's good to have complementary and kind of like corollary regulation, but at the same time, and here it's a bit of a devil's advocate argument, sometimes it feels like the important conversations are relegated to other types of legislative documents. So we need to address this, but we're relegating it to something different. We are complementing it with some other type of legislative document, and we're steering away the conversation from that. So I just wanted to ask you, do you feel, for example, if we were to move forward and we wanted to address gender biases in the workplace, would you be more comfortable, or would you be pushing for amending the AI Act via delegated act, or would you be hoping for something complementary to it? What kind of picture would you want to see? What things are you hoping for?
really addresses the problems at the workplace, that is labor law based,
Does anyone have any other point on that? Otherwise, I'll make a short comment. Okay, absolutely.
And that is with the other social legislation. So I think, at least from our point of view, we need to see how do we use the AI Act, how do we implement it in a way that it also covers this employment space, because it does, and it doesn't, to me, regulate AI, it regulates specific use cases of AI, which is something completely different, actually. And that, from our point of view, is right, because where you use AI and how you use it and what that AI does, because we all talk about AI, but AI is not one thing, it's many different things, will impact the kind of harms that you were talking about before. So, from my point of view, we also need to look at all the social legislation, health safety, working time, non-discrimination, whatever, and maybe what would be a better approach is to look at all that legislation and think, okay, how do we enforce that legislation with a world of work that has completely changed since that legislation was written, because it was written decades ago. Whether that's about AI, whether that's about technology itself, but to me that's a more sensible approach than having, the AI Act and then, okay, maybe we get a piece of legislation on AI at the workplace, why not a piece of legislation on AI liability, AI in this sector, that sector, we're going to have lots of different pieces, and to me that was the whole point of the AI Act, just to have this overarching.
That's a very good point, and that's super interesting that you're bringing it up now, because I was going to ask, or I was going to make the point of basically, sometimes I get the feeling that we're failing forward, we're regulating, we are going, we're doing things, we are covering other topics, we are kind of protecting other vulnerable categories, but at the same time, the rights we're giving them are like limited to fringes, like teeny tiny overlappings from like GDPR and the AI Act. There's no GDPR for workers. Why don't we protect privacy rights specifically in GDPR? There's like only some teeny tiny provisions like later in the document where it's mentioned, so there's nothing like that. And then the kind of like protection we afford to workers now, it's only through that teeny tiny piece in GDPR and then a teeny tiny piece in the Platform Work Directive. So there's no like broad spectrum cover. It's only teeny tiny bits and pieces here, teeny tiny bits and pieces here, things that are overlapping, and then we have so many questions of enforcement. We already have questions of enforcement with GDPR and the AI Act. Imagine if we have something else. I mean, we do need to extend protection, but at the same time, we need to think strategically about how we do things, because also like the enforcement of all the digital files we have, we simply don't have the people. We don't have the amount of money. We don't have the right resources to do that. So yes, we should regulate more, but we should be more strategic in the way we approach it, and we should be thinking about expanding those overlappings instead of like relegating it to teeny tiny sections or affording categories or making, okay, this is an exemption, so I can afford you protection through this exemption or to this subchapter or something. So we should be more strategic in the way we regulate. And also, we should be more strategic in the role of people involved, in the role of partners involved, and in policy initiatives, but also in other initiatives. It's not only about regulating, but it's also about momentum on other sides. Going back to this, yeah, I had other two things. The Council of Europe is currently working on a framework convention on AI, but for example, gender biases were more heavily mentioned in the original text, and then it got diluted. And now also it got changed, so it's only applicable to the public bodies, not private bodies, for example. As for the United Nations, they just put together a high-level body on AI. I think it's 32 experts, and they're going to look into possible risks emerging from AI adoption across many different sectors. But again, sometimes it feels like we're doing a lot, but really scattered efforts. So going back also maybe to the first session, we should be looking also what the AI office can do and what they can do moving forward. The sharing of best practices, but also the investigations and maybe gender biases and discriminatory practices in the workplace. I think I have, yeah, these are my last questions. I think we have just a few minutes before then we convene back to the other ones. I think, I don't know, if anyone has any preference on anything that they want to address, otherwise I'll give you maybe what I would want to talk about. Okay. I just,
Sorry, I don't know if I can raise one point that comes to my mind. So we've been speaking a lot about this fragmentation that you have been speaking. Is there probably the need of a new institutions related specifically to the management of the data?
I don't know how I feel about the new institutions in that context, but it would be maybe better to have someone with the authority to look into gender biases and discrimination. There's no enforcement authority looking into that. Currently, it's only the AI office, technically, or member states. Yeah, if you mean like an authority looking, yeah. It could be, but also at the same time with everything we do, it's the legislative cycles sometimes are not long enough to keep up with the innovation, but also the things that are happening.
I don't know about others, but who does verify the GDPR?
GDPR is a national data protection authorities. It's a one-stop shop mechanism. So, for example, in the context of Italy, would be Garante della protezione dei dati.
So there is an authority that verifies.
Yeah, every country has a DPA, and then there is a board, and then there is another board with a very similar name.
But is the customer that has to require the verification, or a priori the company has to submit something?
So it works in different ways.
Sorry,
yeah.
Okay, you know, I will double check on my side.
GDPR, it's either there's been an infringement of GDPR, and then you bring it up to someone, and then they take it up with you. You would have to bring it up to the authority of the country where the company is based, which in most of the cases is Ireland, so the Irish DPA, Data Protection Authority, and then they take it up for you. The issue is that they have the authority to regulate on that decision, and most of the times the data protection authorities are not aligned in the way they regulate. For example, with Meta, I don't know if anyone has been following the payer consent model issue. The DPA of Ireland has been quite lax in the way they enforce GDPR, and it doesn't sit well with other DPAs, like, for example, the Norwegian one. I think it's called Data Tilsynet or something like that. So there's fights in between relevant authorities as well, and that's a big problem. But yeah, GDPR is sort of a different beast because it was made to kind of scatter enforcement, the one-stop shop mechanism, so every country does its own thing and then you take it forward. So it wouldn't be burdened centrally, but it's also not working because we didn't account for the fact that some DPAs can be more business-friendly than they should be. So yeah, I don't know, it's always a question of trying to find the balance in the ways of these bodies and the way that they regulate. But also I wanted to ask, I think it was mentioned briefly in the other section, we've talked a lot about government responses, but also do you think, or do you not think that to a certain extent it should be up to specific workplaces? Do you think there should be efforts coming from specific workplaces, from everyone? So I understand it's very difficult and resources are limited and people are not enough and there's other things to do, but also what are corporate responsibilities in addressing gender biases and discrimination? I don't know if anyone, yeah.
I completely agree with you. I mean, the regulation is there, and of course, it's important to comply with it, but you need to have your own governance system in place as well. So absolutely no question there. And I think that's not just about governance of the sort of ethical framework around it, governance of the process, governance of the use, but it's also about the involvement of the workers as well. So making sure that they're part of the kind of discussions around where do we use AI, even asking them to, suggest where they think AI would be useful, because they're the ones doing the task.
absolutely. That's super important. I think they were mentioning it. I think in the first panel they were saying that we need more granular data, and it's not even cross-sectoral. It's just across different professions within one employer, basically. Like I can talk for a think tank. We're not that many people. We're 50. But we're looking at implementing AI tools in the work we do, and we do very different work. We have programs, so they mostly deal with like analysis, research, and then we have operations, so it would be budget management or project management or finance management, or then we have communication. So the way or the needs I have as a researcher are very different from the needs of someone else working on something completely different that maybe I don't have in mind because I just don't do those tasks daily. Yeah, absolutely.
I think from Luxembourg. I think this are the questions where trade unions should come in as representative forces of the workers. And I think all these questions should be addressed by social consultation with representatives of the employees. I think that should be the new roles of the trade unions we should focus on. As it was stated yesterday, also trade unions should build up expertise on artificial intelligence. What do you think they're about?
Yeah, that's a good question. What everyone thinks about it. No, absolutely. That's very important. And yeah, we were seeing also from the presentation from the OECD about the importance of involving social partners in these kind of processes and the way it makes a lot of a difference. Yeah, I think are we still in time? Are we?
If you still want a drink or coffee, you would have 4 minutes, and then we start again.
Yeah, unless anyone has any burning comment or question or anything to follow up, I think, yeah, this was it. I'm more than happy to maybe talk if anyone still has any question over a cup of coffee. And thank you very much for making this interactive. And yeah, thank you.
Come back. The most unpleasant task that I have as a moderator is that I always need to interrupt networking. And of course, the most interesting part of any conference is the networking. Please take a seat. You see, my speakers already come without having... No, come on, you're very welcome. So I would ask the workshop leaders up on stage. We are missing Julia and Ariane, I think, huh? There's one workshop leader missing. She may still grab a cup of coffee. And maybe Raluca, if you find... There she is, our workshop leader. So did you have good discussions? Very good. I can see there's still energy in the room. Before we start to listen to what the workshops discussed, we shall have a look at our visuals. So yes, our visual strategist has drawn a story out of what was discussed beforehand. So Joyce, over to you.
Okay, so we had, before the breakout sessions, we had 2 sessions. The first one was about AI at work and the risks and opportunities for women. So we had the view of the ethical AI, the European perspective, and the new AI office, the role of social dialogue, and also how social dialogue and collective bargaining can facilitate AI adoption, and forging the future of AI. I also printed it out here. You can see it during the networking and the lunch later.
And maybe what we do is we ask the reports to come back.
Yes.
And every time, if there's something that you feel could be added, we add to it. So
afterwards.
Yes. So, because I realize that you've done a very good story out of what happened in the workshops.
Yes.
But if you summarize it now, let's first see what the leaders of the workshop say, and then get your visual in. And
I didn't make a visual of the workshops yet, so I'm just going to listen as all the others, and I'm going to add that to the board here underneath. So I'm going to stay here on the stage and be drawing live, and I'm very interested how the workshops went.
Okay, perfect. Then we'll start with the workshops now, and I want to turn around a little bit the order of the workshops, because whilst Julia had the first one here in the room with biases, I'd like to start perhaps with a very concrete example, big data in a specific field. So Ariane, can I move to you? Like, what were the topics in your workshop? Big data.
I'm here as an artist. I worked together with a group called personaldata.io. It's a collective, and so any one of you can also join this collective. I met them because I wanted to make a film about love in digital times. It was a commission I got from Katerina Gregos, the directress of the EMST Museum, the Museum of Contemporary Art of Athens. And I contacted Jessica Pidou, who is the director of Personal Data. And she made her thesis about how personal data are actually the aim of any dating app. It's not the aim to help you find love. It's the aim to get the most possible, the biggest amount possible of information about you in order to target you with ads. Getting to all of that, I discovered the tool that DigiPower created. Personal Data created digipower.academy. And DigiPower is for any one of you to use. For any of your app that you have in your phone, you can download all your data. This is your right, your GDPR right. And with your data, you can get to understand who you are digitally. You are another person. For the data brokers, for the ones who will need your information in order to sell you things. So it's about getting the awareness of who you are digitally, and then not throwing away your phone because you still need it, but everything that will enter your phone, you will know why.
Thank you very much. I must say I would be very happy to knowing whatever enters my phone, because yesterday I got a message, and when I opened it, it was all in Chinese. So I have to get it checked. But thank you very much for that feedback. Anyone from the workshop who would like to add something to it? If that is not the case, then let me move to Julia, because Julia spoke about the biases of that data. And we spoke a lot about bias in the past 2 days. I found it very interesting that you also asked your workshop participants on what is a bias.
Yeah, so I'll try to keep it short. A very interesting discussion, I have to say. We talked about exactly what are biases, and we looked at the different understandings of bias. So a more technical understanding that sees it as an error, and a more normative one that sees it as a preconceived idea or a prejudice. And then we talked about how AI and biases are interlinked, and the fact that the AI and technological development, I mean, overall is not neutral, but it reflects power dynamics and societal dynamics as well. We talked about the fact that the history of AI is filled with gender exclusion. We talk about, we had an exchange about different type of biases that we have encountered in the workplace, and we also had an exchange on how, on the other side, maybe we could address them technologically through technology, through intervening on algorithms. And then we looked at the very serious, very concrete harms that are stemming from biases at work in the workplace. So we looked at representational harms, allocative, quality of service, interpersonal and social system harms. And then we looked at the policy debates. We mostly focused on the AI Act. We had a discussion about how the AI Act is horizontal and not vertical, how it's not addressing the root causes of inequality, but it's more regulating the products, the AI as a thing, rather than AI as a system, or AI as something that affects the way we work. And then we looked at how to go forward. We discussed whether we need complementary regulation, whether we need to maybe amend what we have already. We looked at what is the role of corporate in addressing biases in the workplace, what kind of agency they should have, what kind of responsibilities we should be holding them accountable for. And in this context, we also talked about the gaps and maybe the fact that trade unions could help with that. I think that's pretty much it. I don't know if anyone from the workshop would want to add anything.
Anyone wants to add something? I found it interesting because I said in your workshop that you said technology is not neutral, and I think there was also a discussion. I'm looking.
Yeah, it was. I thought it was very interesting. It was on the slide in the session before.
No, that technology is really an enabler. It really is an enabler for what's around in society, which makes that it can automatically lead to bias, etc. So if there's nobody from the workshop who wants to add on it, I'd like to move from data and bias to what kind of skills do we need to address these. There are Mateusz and Gilda. Men first. There's actually our second man. I said this morning there's only one. Hey, we have a second one. Give him a hand. Mateusz.
Perfect. And I will just directly pick this up. So we were speaking about challenges and skills at our workshop, and one interesting and thoughtful idea we had is that in all the discussions about equality and women and gender rights, we also need to have men on board. And it's something, this is very true, because we need to have everyone included. And it makes no sense if there's only a round of women, really strong women, who are sitting on the table and discussing the issues of female rights. So we really have to be inclusive here, and we have to have here also men on board to support this movement, if I could call it like this. But in challenges we were speaking about, yes, the lack of empowerment and the lack of self-esteem of already young women, also in school, that we have the stereotyping, that is a big challenge, and challenge also at the working place is that there's a lack of respect and value of the input that women or female colleagues are bringing to the table. Something that was very interesting also mentioned is that speaking about digitalization, young women often are very active in digital field of social media, and something that was observed is that there's a bigger harassment, sexual harassment in social media for young women, and then they really close it and they prefer like to go out of this field of digitalization, out of the social media. So here also everyone has to be aware like that there's not only the point of harassment, but also like it has an influence of the whole behavior and development of this woman that is harassed in this moment. Speaking about solutions, we heard about a nice tool of Gender Watch, but maybe my colleague will explain later a little bit about this. I know the time is running, but we still have. And then coming up to the skills.
20
seconds. The skills, cognitive skills and logical thinking, analytical thinking is very important. Critical thinking, but also learning to be open for lifelong learning, that there's no finish after the university degree, that you always have to keep on being open for new things to learn. And also at a very young stage already sexual education, and also the differences and the realities that different gender are facing. And also, yes, looking beyond the positive aspect of AI, really also taking care of the kind of abuse that can be done with it, and teaching this to pupils or young women as well.
And I was willing to give Matthias a bit more time because he's the only man on stage, so...
Well said. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I want, first of all, to thank all the people who contributed to our group, because it was indeed a very, very interesting discussion. Matthias, you already highlighted some of the discussions that we had. For me, some of the biggest takeaways, in no particular order, I'm afraid, is something that I had not maybe reflected so much before, which is what are the implications, sort of, for technological progress if STEM and IT are male-dominated fields. And I think that this was something that was interesting for us to think of, also in terms of giving visibility to female excellence and to the excellence of women in these sectors, in particular, that are sort of historically seen as male-dominated fields, because, they are. I am part of OBESU, which is the Organizing Bureau of European School Student Unions. We represent very, very young people from 14 to 19, and we believe that they should also be part of the decision-making that is part of their lives. And so sort of they should have a say in education. And what we see in education is that, unfortunately, it still reproduces social inequalities. And so for us, a big challenge is how do we move away from this, and how we can ensure that actually education can empower young people. Matthias already mentioned some of the skills, and I think that we have this sort of very old problem of gender inequality and this very new challenge of technologies. And definitely there are different sets of skills, both hard and soft skills, that can support more gender and better sort of balance and fairness in education and also in employment. And so we're thinking of skills such as critical thinking, basic skills for literacy, encouraging young women who excel in STEM to actually pursue STEM careers. But then also on the other side, we have a lot of knowledge on gender equality. I think new generations are quite aware about these issues. And we think we need also a stronger link between theory and practice, because theory by itself can sometimes actually promote disillusionment. And so we need to strengthen that link there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was, as I could see by browsing from one workshop to the other, there were very engaged debates. And interesting enough, the self-confidence issue came up in the two last workshops. And also the issue of bias data, how do we train? And I saw Ariane guiding through a tool and showing also, or the discussion was about how can I analyze my own data, which was also something that created quite a debate. Having listened to you, I wonder, are there any questions from the audience? I think we need someone to comment on what we have heard here, like skills, education, data, bias, what is it, how do we, as women, not only adapt to it, but shape it? And what is the role of trade unions in that? We are lucky. We have an ambassador with us. It's an EU ambassador on digitalization. And I would want to ask her on stage, that is Jowita Michalska. She comes from Poland. Jowita is dedicated, and I'll get up, you get mine. Jowita is You're not going to sit for now, no? Okay, let's stand both in front. Jowita is dedicated to engaging Europeans in the EU's efforts to creating a fair digital future. I'm going to be curious to hear what that is. And Jowita promotes digital literacy and the integration of digital technologies across various sectors, aiming to enhance digital skills and inclusivity within the EU. And yes, she is a digital ambassador, and she also has a digital university. So, Jowita, do you listen to what the workshop report backs provided us with? Comments from your side?
Yeah, so thanks for having me here. Pity I didn't have a chance to be here yesterday, but I was speaking in Poland I was giving a workshop to the group of IT people from Volvo trucks. It was around 200 people. Guess how many women?
One?
Two, but one from HR. Yeah, so I think I'm happy to see men and women here in the room, because this is discussion for all of us. It is not about the domination of any of the groups. It is just about being beneficial, because men and women, we bring different things to the table, especially when we talk about AI. And I have just a few slides here to maybe summarize a little bit and maybe add a little bit. Sorry to be the last before lunch for hungry people, so I tried to be
second last.
Yeah, second last. So I tried to be really brief and fast and maybe speed up a little bit discussion. So faces of AI. You know, this is usually seen face of AI, but if we come to the killer robots, it's usually a woman. And you know, we can laugh, but movies and Netflix and the builds our understanding and thinking of and also builds our biases. So that's really something which is happening very often. I'm happy to see here so broad and deep discussions about AI and many topics, because as AI Now Institute found that women make up only 18% of authors at leading AI conferences. And I think 18 is really a lot, because I'm attending a lot of technology and AI conferences for the last 10 years. And it's very often that I'm the only woman in a room, or a maximum 10%. So 18 is even better, but we are not there yet. And these are the faces of AI which we usually see. These are the founders, these are the fathers, these are the creators, making world a better place. That's what AI showed me. They are, they're going to save us. And we do not see any woman here, while in education sector, so how we really, help our young to grow and to build their understanding of what life is and what they should do, to build the better future, we have only women. Let me show you a little bit what's going to happen, because we are talking about the current state of AI, but the future state is that autonomous agents will develop very fast, and we are seeing it now. So we'll not only be talking people to people, but my agent will be talking to your agent, will be talking to his agent and her agent. So what we build now is really, we're in a really very important stage of all of this, because then we will have autonomously thinking models. So it will be very difficult to even explain their decisions, and they will be part of our lives. And it's not like 10, 15 years. As the next 3-5 years, we'll have it much more complicated. So if we don't fix it now, we'll have much more trouble later. Artificial intelligence systems are contributing to their own development. So if they are highly biased now, what's going to happen in the future? Nothing good. Yeah? And those systems are faster and more accurate, and really, this is also, the speed is on the unprecedented pace now. So, as I said, this is the last moment to do. So we need more lawsuits, we need more regulations, and first of all, we need more AI ethicists. And I see this is as a perfect job for women, AI ethicists, because we'll be better in that, because we think not about only financial results, we think more about other people. We think more about others, about the community. If you ask AI to show you how the CEO of the big company looks like, it always looks like this. So for the last 4 years, we ask this question to AI, and it is always the same answer, nothing else.
But
it is the CEO of a middle-aged man in an expensive tailored suit, has a short, neatly combed hair with some graying at the temples. And it's never. My daughter is 14 years old. And I want her to understand that she has a future as she wants. And of course, she has a good role model at home of a strong woman, but not every girl has. And if she is so in pair with AI, and if she consults everything with AI, and if she discusses everything with AI, that is what she sees. That's the future what she sees. Why? Because ethics teams still aren't stakeholders in all discussions. Speed and scale incentivize more biases, not less. And speed and scale is important for AI because it brings money. I don't know if you're familiar with the cost of bringing a next model of AI, but they are incredible. I'm not even talking about the challenges of, about the rare metals that are part of AI. I'm not even touching this topic, but the energy consumption and data so the costs are really high. And they have to bring money back to the investors. And it's not that the ethics doesn't, it's nothing interesting for them. Do you know any of these females? Does anyone know? Who knows any of those females? Look, and it's, this type of concept. These are women building AI. No one knows them. These are our role models we should show everywhere. This is Jo Buonvini. She's probably more known because she's being an active part of the AI biases revolution. And if you seen Coded Bias documentary on Netflix, you know her, but no one else knows her. Claire Delaney, who knows from NVIDIA, the biggest company in the world? Jensen Huang. This is his VP engineering. No one knows her. Rana El-Kalyoubi, maybe a little bit more. That's a great role model. Egyptian from the traditional family, finished MIT, PhD there. And she is AI emotional intelligence expert, number one top global. Daphne Koller, together with Andrea G, she created Coursera. And she's one of the biggest names in AI also. Fei Li, maybe probably some of you knows because she's like, but she's professor of computer science at Stanford University, #1 professor, and she changed the entire trajectory of AI. And really, not a lot of people know her. Daniela Ras, director of MIT's Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Lab, one of the most important laboratories in AI development in the world. And so what we have to do, we have to show more of those role models to the world because they encourage girls to go to science, to go to STEM and to work more in this field. Just a tiny things, what we are doing as a Digital EU ambassadors and what I am doing as a Digital University CEO. So as Digital EU ambassadors, we are working on educating European markets about how technology is important, about what European Union is bringing, and about digital skills and about everything what is important in technology. There is like 40 of us now, or even more, in a whole Europe, and this is a volunteer job. This is volunteer job. So we use our networks. I have more than 30,000 people on Instagram and a similar amount on LinkedIn. I run my podcast to share all of the things to the broader society to discuss it and to have also more women in tech. And as Digital University, we have 3 programs. One which is called the University of Success, which I want to highlight, and the other one, BNet. I was talking about it during the workshop. So University of Success is a program dedicated in Poland for young women between 18 to 25 with very difficult financial situation. We select 100 of them every year for the last 6 years. We give them annual program of IT jobs, and we help them to find work. For them, it is very difficult. No one talks to them about AI. No one talks to them about technology. They don't even understand that it's important at the beginning. And we put them to IT, to banks, to IT, to many big companies. We really practically create a change. But we start even earlier. We start at the primary and secondary school. We had this discussion on the workshop, so let me comment on that very fast. It doesn't mean if we need to put digital literacy, put fake news detection, this kind of topics into primary school, it doesn't mean we doesn't need to draw or write or make discussions. Yes, we have to do both of things at the same time. We need to completely change the education system. I published my book, The Future of Education in AI Times, just 1 month ago, and I put everything there. But this is really important to understand. We need soft skills. If you look at the World Economic Forum Future of Jobs report from last year, the latest one, there is a chart with the future skills, and among 10 of them, 7 are soft skills. We really need to develop soft skills, but we really need also to teach computer science from the primary school level. So in this program, we deliver it to 80,000 kids every year through teachers, and we teach what are the jobs of the future possible, what are the competences of the future, what you should learn before entering the job market if you want to be successful in the job market of the future. And we have an interesting conference. It's 8th edition this year. It's called Masters and Robots. Digital EU ambassadors are also a part of it. And we have a broad discussion, global level discussion. What is the level of technology implementation? What is going to be an impact on jobs? And what is going to impact on society? And we need those discussions. We have part for young people. And we had 10,000 young teenagers and students on this event last year, which I perceive as a huge success because they are interested in it, and that's perfect. This is Digital University. So we have the gender equality, challenges but opposite. And educational initiatives, I strongly believe are crucial here. But trade unions, such as CESI, play a very, very important role here because you can push companies to develop skills, you can advocate for support the integration of AI skills in all of the educational curriculum and all professional training programs. So this is, I think, something you can easily do. And the last, what is the greatest threat of AI? And loneliness. And from the perspective of women, that we will stay as AI girlfriends, which is a huge business starting now, So I think there is much more important role in technology for women than becoming just AI girlfriend. Thank you so much.
Wow, what a wave of energy. I don't think if I still need to ask what made you an ambassador, because it's clear. And still I'd be interested in this program of ambassador for digitalization. You are an ambassador for Poland. Does that exist in all member states? And do they have specific goals and support for that?
We try to communicate in our own languages because it's important also. I address my community in Polish because this is the way I can address more women. Among the 30,000 people on Instagram, which is like a stupid social media, I really address a lot of challenges, and I really have a tube to women in the whole Poland, in smaller cities also, that they never heard about ChatGPT before. Believe it or not, but that's true. This is the inequalities on every single level of the world. So our job for us digital EU ambassadors is to share about technology, about possibilities that the world brings, but also about what is European Union doing for the society in our own languages, because then we have a broader audience and people start understanding that more.
I like the fact that you said Instagram, stupid social media, let's discuss about TikTok. But as we all know, it's something that everybody as of 12 uses. So it is a very influential tool where a lot is happening. Questions to you, Vita? Henning, do we have a mic for Henning?
Bias towards men is linked to capitalism.
Okay.
Because you thought about ethics, independent decision making, and the more integrative, and you talked about soft skills and facing the problems we have, climate change. All this wrong decision making of the past over 100 years is related to that, including war. So if we now have to fill up that page to really swing to a different kind of a system, and we face the problem that we might integrate the old into the new. Where are the incentives? How can we talk about the incentives of a system which takes a better decision?
Thank you.
In terms of environmental protection.
Thank you for the question. Is there another one? I would want to add one about your picture with the CEOs. Because it's reality. I mean, when we put data into technology, where do we take it from? We take it from reality. We take it from what we know. So how can a system like AI move us into the future if it's constantly based on the present?
So let me answer this one. I think, and it's obvious, we need both genders everywhere. We bring a little bit different things to the table, and I think equality means having both topics. We talk a lot about women here because as far as I understand our challenges. But if we talk about, for example, teenage boys, they have even more challenges with anxiety and depression than girls. But if we talk about management boards, there are no women at the table, and the decisions made only by men have their consequences. So I think in this field we need to encourage more women, and we need to show young women that they also can have a place there.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jovita. A big hand for you. And something that somehow seems clear to me is that we have digital ambassadors like that. We will definitely succeed. Sit down. Stay with us. We're coming to the closing. And of course, a conference like that can only be closed by a woman. So that is why I would ask Kirsten, there she is, on stage with us again. I don't need to introduce her. You've been introduced yesterday, but Kirsten Lührmann is the chairwoman of DBB Women, the committee called FEM. Kirsten, a few closing remarks on what we have been discussing and what you heard the past 2 days.
Some time ago, I read a frightening novel. The plot was an AI gets the order to create a fake video who gets most views to earn money with the advertising on this site. What did the AI do? It creates a fake video of a rape of a woman from migrant men. Thousands of people look on this site, and the consequences, a revolt. People are hunting innocent migrant men. On the point of view of the AI, the job was done excellently. There are thousands of views on this site. What is the problem? AI has no moral. AI is working with the data it finds, as you said it. AI is working with the reality in the net. AI has no capability to realize social consequences. It is our responsibility to be aware of the risks of reinforced stereotypes, the risks of inequality. And we talked about regulation. Regulation is difficult. We are talking about a technique which is worldwide available. You can't forbid an innovation. We saw this with genetic engineering. It was the same target. The only possibility is to handle the risks by legislation. We talked about the AI Act, which handled with the risks, with the risk of social scoring, the risk of manipulate behaviors, the risks of biometric identifications. And now we had to implement this act. We talked about the possibility to implement it in collective bargaining. But it is very important, if we do so, we had to have expertise on the social partners. And the second we talked about is these bargainings had to be representative. It had not to be only for the workers in great companies who have the resources to talk about it. It had to be representative. That would mean we had to build up capacities in the trade unions. Secondly, we heard not only the risks, also the opportunities of AI are different between men and women. So it's very important that the social dialogues to arrange principles for using AI in companies had to be diverse. At last, I liked the project we heard of very shortly. It was a program I like abbreviations, COMPASS. It was content, openness, measure, privacy, accountability, safe, sustainability. These are the points we had to deal with if we implement the rules for IE. And these were the orders for us. Whether we are from the trade unions, from the companies, from the politics, we have the order to implement what we have heard, what we have learned, what we have discussed in the last 2 days. We learned that we had to regulate the risks of IE and we had to work with the opportunities. These are the orders for all of us. And at least it's to me to thank all of you that you participate this conference with your experiences, with your talking in the work groups. I had to thank the CESI team for organizing all this, including the barbecue and the music. I think it was very, very important for all of us. I had to thank all the speakers for their expertise and for their input. I had to thank Kerstin for leading us through these 2 days. And last, before I invite us all for the lunch, I wish you a very secure way home and hope we see us all together next year for the Summer Days 2025. Thank you.
And now I was asked to ask everyone on stage, so we're going to push the chairs back because there will be a group picture. I think we're going to have it very warm and cozy again, but please, everybody is supposed to come on stage for a final photo. Sorry, I'm just putting everything. Matteo?